Do, 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 do. And where are you? Come here. Alright, all good. Woo! One, and a two, and a three, and a one, and a two, and a three. Oh my god, hello Zero. You're early. Or, well, I don't know. Early. I'm not used to seeing somebody show up that quickly. I know I'm slightly disorganized today, but yeah, it happens. Alright. Oh yeah, I need... Oh my god, Holly! Direction descending. There we go. Wow, I'm not used to seeing people show up this early for my stream. Guess what? Stream! Yay! And I forgot to do a thing. But this time I was slightly prepared. I really gotta pin down an actual ring light of some sort. Anyway. Hello, Commander fans, and stuff like that. Happy New Year! Yeah, this is, as I mentioned in the stream, and hopefully it shows up in the titles and stuff. Yeah, first stream of the new year. So, well, okay, it's not going to show up in the titles, but it's going to show. I know it showed up when I advertised it. Pshaw. Anyway, hope you all had good holidays. Zero, Holly, anything interesting? Any fun shenanigans to report that happened over the holidays? I actually managed to pin down. I barely made it to midnight on New Year's Eve. Lol. What happened with me on New Year's? Oh yeah, I think well, that was Wednesday. Yeah, I streamed that night, and I finished my stream. I think about 15 minutes into. I found a very interesting card combo that inspired a new deck. Oh no. Oh no. Zero, what did you do now? I also finished my Ismira Holy Avenger. Nice. Yeah, I think you mentioned. I know you and I have been talking about it on and off for a while now. Um, I know I managed to pin down a couple of cards that I've been having a lot of issue hunting down. Finally got them. Well, finally got some of them. Um, one of the cards I've been having a lot of trouble pinning down. Loyal Inventor out of Assassin's Creed, because Assassin's Creed, at least around here, didn't seem to be open that much. And it's an uncommon. And so when a card is an uncommon, it tends to be of a less interesting rarity to people. So, you know, the rares and the mythics are the ones that are the big important ones for competitive play and stuff. And the commons are either the backbones, the actual workhorses in those decks, um, or they're important for something like Pauper or whatever. And the uncommons just kind of get left behind. You get like the occasional role player, and that's about it. And one card I've been having a lot of trouble pinning down is this guy. 3 mana, 2/3 with vigilance. When it enters, you may search your library for an artifact card, reveal it, then shuffle. If you control an assassin, you put in your hand. Otherwise, it goes on top of your library. I specifically wanted this card for my Yu-Gi-Oh inspired deck. Let me just pull that up real quick. I have you open already. Yu-Gi-Oh is Demir. Tough, hard-headed teacher, Stormus. Oh, yeah, okay. So, there's a few ways to get infinite combats. Um, and basically, as long as you can keep generating 5 mana on a regular basis. Oh, I have somebody in the other one. Hello, Helen. Uh, wow. I'm not used to. I apologize, Helen. I'm not used to seeing many people showing up in my YouTube chats. I wish there was a way I could get my YouTube and my Twitch to show up together in the same chat. But that's another story. um, but yeah, my Yu-Gi-Oh inspired deck. I mean, I have traps. I have something for Exodia. The problem with Exodia is finding ways to, because I'm using Cauldra, I want some ability to search up my Cauldra and put it all together. So I have Loyal Inventor and I have Fabricate. And Loyal Inventor was the biggest issue pinning down. It's like finally one of my local game stores. I'm lucky I have 4 within a 1 kilometer, probably a 1 kilometer diameter. And one of them actually got one. I'm like, thank you. But they had 2, so I grabbed both of them because I know I'm going to want the other one somewhere at some point. And the other card that was driving me bonkers trying to pin down was this beastie. Revoke Demise out of Foundation's Jumpstart. Because one of my decks is commons only. Reanimator. There's a handful of reanimation spells at common. There's not a lot, but there's a handful. But every time a new one comes out, it's like, especially if it's in black, it's like, I need it so I can actually put in my reanimator deck. I think I've only got like 6 or 7 reanimation spells I have access to in black that are common. They're all in the deck. But, yeah, Zero, there's... Alright, let me pull up Toph for a moment. Because I don't remember that one off. Hard-headed teacher. When she enters, you may discard card. If you do, return target instant or sorcery from your graveyard in hand. Whenever you cast a spell, Earthbend 1. If it's a lesson, put an additional +1 counter on that land. So there's there's a easier way to pull that off that I know of. But it does require a card that last I remember is a little higher on the budget. This one. Sword of Feast and Famine. Relevantly here, whenever a creature deals combat damage to a player, you untap all lands you control. If you can pin down that card somehow, you can then tap the lands for mana again, put that into your Aggravated Assault, and swing again. It's not a cheap card. I readily admit it. Checklist sort by USD. Yeah, the least expensive printing is from Assassin's Creed, and that's still about $30 US. But oh, sure. And I'm not saying I think that's a bad idea. I'm just saying no actual combat required. Earthbending 5 times. After Earthbending 5 times. I'm missing something. Yeah, I know about Aggravated Assault, although there might be something on there that I may be missing. Yeah, untap all creatures you control. After this main phase, there's additional combat followed by an additional main phase. Yeah, I know that one. After Earthbending 5 times. Oh, I see. I get it. Okay. I get it. Because Earthbending turns them into creature lands, which now you untap them. Okay, I see what I see where my brain's skipping. I get it. I get it. Okay. Yep. Yeah, that also works. You just have to find a way to earthbend 5 or 6 times. You know, well, at least 5 times. If you happen to have, I mean, I was going to say Badger Mole Cub, but any effect along the lines of, well, not just Badger Mole Cub, but even stuff that Holly would remember better, like Mana Flare or Heartbeat of Spring, that lets your lands tap for additional mana. Uh, yeah. Leyline of, oh yeah, Leyline of Abundance. Yeah, that's the mono green one. Yep, yep. I can see that. I can definitely see that as an option. Sorry, I was getting it mixed up with, I think it's Leyline of the Guild Pact, the one that makes all your creatures 5 colors and all your lands 5 colors. But yeah, that that's a relatively, that's a decent inexpensive way to do it. Like inexpensive like dollar wise. Um yeah, because let's be honest, not everybody can afford, a 30, 40, $50 card to throw in their deck. Which reminds me, Holly, you and I have to pin down when to meet up. Um, Either tomorrow or okay. Uh Thursday's probably uh FYI, Holly decided that she was going to order a card online for me because it's a card I have trouble pinning down. And it's worth more than a few dollars. It's worth more than the sword is. And she's like, "Well, I need one for myself anyway, so I'll order one for you as well." And I'm like, "Wait, what? I what? Okay." Not arguing. Okay. One game got real out of hand because I had that combo with the Colonian Hydra on the board. What? I don't remember which one Colonian Hydra is. When it yeah, not apologizing, right? Poor table. What did the table ever do to deserve that? I don't mean the players, I mean the table itself. All right. That being said, while I'm looking at this stuff, I'm just, I keep staring at Welkin Guide because that's like the first card on the list. If you can make a card, if you can, this is one of those cards where if you can consistently flicker it, and when I say consistently, I don't mean Lurk. When I say consistently, I don't mean do this every turn. I mean, like, flicker this, like, say 3 times a turn. Because it's an enter the battlefield ability, that gives another creature +2/+2 and flying till end of turn. Like, if you're doing that, you really need something like a Chroma's Memorial. I know I keep coming back to a Chroma's Memorial. It's convenient. Deal with it. You really need something like a Chroma's Memorial um, to be able to give it haste so it can also attack. But even without that, being able to like flicker it can like say 3 times a turn. Get 3 of your guys flying and then +2/+2. But if you're doing that, if you're doing that, why not play a card that gives your stuff flying? Um, one card that gives your stuff flying, another card that pumps your team by a reasonable amount. More relevantly, and most of the time I think is the flying. You do that, and suddenly your team is so much better. You know, even if you play something like if they say, bah, even if you play something like this, Towering Viewpoint, giving your stuff, you know, pay 3, target creature gains flying till end of turn. On a 0/4 with reach to begin with is really good. Just do that. Yeah, I think that's a better option in general than Welkin Guide. You'd have to find a very specific build that actually wants a Welkin Guide effect. That being said, if you've got a Panharmonicon effect going on, then suddenly Welkin Guide surprise surprise becomes a lot better. A Panharmonicon plus a Welkin Guide. Give 2 of your creatures +2/+2 and flying till end of turn. That actually would make it reasonable. And then you flicker it once. Give 2 of your other guys +2/+2 flying till end of turn. And suddenly that's a big deal. And like I said, like at that point, even if you're only flickering it once or twice a turn, like flickering it once a turn is +4/+4 and 2 creatures getting flying. So yeah, in a deck that can make use of like a Panharmonicon, or Elish Norn, Mother of Machines, coming, in the deck somewhere. Welkin Guide gets a lot better. Now, I mean, you're paying 17 or $18 for your general. We'll say $20 for your general. But I mean, there's times where it's like, yeah, my general is really expensive, but the rest of my deck is insanely cheap. So, I don't know. I think this is I think there's uses for it, but you really need panharmonicon effects to make it actually worth playing. Gust Rider Exuberant. 3 mana for a 1/2 flyer. Sack it. Creatures you control with power 5 or greater gain flying till end of turn. Yeah. Oh, you know what? You know where this is silly? You throw this in a deck with dinosaurs. Because a lot of dinosaurs end up being pretty big creatures. Like, even the small ones start off at like 3/3 or whatever. You have any sort of like tribal based pump. Something along the lines of Crucible of Fire. Um, mm, this thing. Obelisk of Verd. 6 mana with Convoke. As it enters, choose a creature type. Creatures you control the chosen type get +2/+2. You throw this in a dinosaur deck. The bigger stuff, yeah, whatever. But the smaller stuff can really end up making use of that pump. You throw Gust Rider Exuberant in that deck, and suddenly pretty much every single dinosaur that you've got, because keep in mind, dinosaurs, as far as magic is concerned, dinosaurs are almost like dragons that don't have flying. A handful do, but for the most part, they don't have flying. You throw this in a dinosaur deck that's running cards like, a couple of cards like Obelisk of Verd or something secretly absurd. See what I did there? And yeah, it's like, yeah, going in for an Alpha Strike, I'm going to send these at you, send these at you, send these at you. By the way, sack this. They've all got flying till end of turn. Enjoy. This cycle really needs the card that you're fetching up to make them worth playing. Relevantly here, Imperial Archangel being the actual card that you want. Is an 8 mana 5/8 with flying, shroud, and all damage that would be dealt to you is dealt to this creature instead. So basically, already has a built-in, what is it? Is it Guilty Conscience I'm thinking of? uh, no, not Guilty Conscience. Pariah? I always get the two of them mixed up. All damage that be dealt to you is dealt to enchant. Is dealt to enchant creature instead. So yeah. Pariah shield. So basically built-in Pariah. You put the, all that together on an 8 mana 5/8. That's pretty good because that can save you so much and then of course you're playing green and you're playing white. You have the ability to regenerate it. You have ways to make it indestructible, this, that, whatever else. The question is, Angel's Herald, is it worth putting in a deck like that? And so you want creatures that are worth playing. The fun thing about cards like Angel's Herald and the rest of the cycle is you want creatures of the correct colors that are worth playing just enough, but also worth sacrificing. Now, fortunately, Angel's Herald, like all 5 of the heralds, are one of the 3 colors that you need. I.e., let's see here. Angel's Herald is white, and one of the things you have to sack is a white creature. Behemoth's Herald is green, and one of the things you have to sack is a green creature. Demon's Herald is black, and one of the things you have to sack is a black creature. Dragon's Herald is red, and one of the things you have to sack is a red creature. Sphinx's Herald is blue, and one of the things you have to sack is a blue creature. The question is, can you find and sacrificing it as one of the 3 creatures is perfectly valid. The question is, can you find 2 other creatures that you're willing to put in your deck that you're willing to sacrifice? So, and that doesn't mean they don't exist. If you think about an Aristocrats deck, for example, and I'm just going to pull up my mono black commons Aristocrats deck as a convenient example. I have 22 creatures in here whose job it is to be sacrificed. Like Clockwork Fox. I love this guy. 3 mana, 3/2 artifact creature. When it leaves the battlefield, so it can be, it can die, it can get exiled, it can get returned to hand, whatever. You draw 2 cards and each opponent draws a card. Debtor's Transport doesn't look amazing. Keep in mind, I am playing with just commons in this list. 6 mana for 5/3 with Afterlife 2, i.e., when it dies, I get 2 1/1 tokens. Filigree Familiar. Again, just like Clockwork Fox, 3 mana, 2/2. This to me is like, it's kind of like a common version of, I see this as like a common version of Solemn Simulacrum. When it comes into play, it does a thing, in this case, gain 2 life. When it dies, you draw a card. Great creature. Um, very much the sort of thing that you want to put in your deck because it's almost it's I won't say it's on par with Solemn Simulacrum, but it's getting there. Uh, then you got stuff like Grey Merchant of Asphodel, whose big thing is its effect when it comes into play. This comes into play, drains the table for a bunch of life. If it hits the graveyard after that, it hits the graveyard after that. It is a body that comes into play, drains the table for a bunch. You gain a bunch more than that. So let's say you've got 3 black pips on the battlefield when this comes into play. 3 plus the 2 from here now makes 5. So that means you're going to drain you for 5, you for 5, and you for 5, and gain 15. But a deck for an aristocrats build wants creatures that come into play and make bodies when they die, or have some useful ability, some other useful ability when they come into play or when they die. You know, like Ghastly Death Tyrant. 6/5, when it enters, choose to either blow up an enchantment and lose life equal to its mana value, or give your creatures Death Touch until end of turn. Why is this in this list? It's a healthy sized body with interesting come into play abilities that, yes, at some point I'm going to end up having to sacrifice it, but I've got my value out of it already. So, creatures that would go into a deck of that style, finally getting back to this, creatures that would go into a deck of that style are the kind of cards that you would be more interested in looking into for things like the various heralds from Alara. They're not the only creatures. They can be random tokens that came up as a side effect of something else. That's fine. But you want stuff that is worth. You want the first cycle of cards. Well, sorry, the first group of cards I would be looking for are the kind of cards that fit in an aristocrat's deck, such that I'm okay with them being in play, and I'm okay with them dying, because that's kind of their job. The question then becomes, is the thing that you're searching up worth it? And I will point out that when you're looking at the heralds, like, it's all pay one mana of the appropriate color and any 2 other, tap it, and then sack 3 creatures to pull up, an 8 mana angel, an 8 mana beastie that taps to make 8 mana beasties, an 8 mana 7/7 creature that likes to steal your opponent's stuff from graveyards. An 8 mana 8/8 dragon that was good enough at one point to legitimately see play in Vintage in Oath of Druids. This thing at one point was like, there was a point when Oath of Druids had like a few cards that were viable Oath options, and this was one of them. And this was a, hey, by the way, I'm going to flip this over and I'm going to close out the game now. You know, because realistically, even if your opponent's just playing with fetch lands, and not playing with shock lands, because, you know, we're talking Vintage, we're talking using the OG dual lands here. Think about the shock lands and subtract that piece of text that says, as it enters, you may pay 2 life. If you don't, this enters tapped. Take that line off. You have the original dual lands. And then Sphinx's Herald pulls up Sphinx Sovereign, which again is an 8 mana Sphinx that will either gain you life or make your opponents lose life. Either way, there's, you know, there's its own size plus an additional 3-point life swing somehow. So the bodies, again, you're sacrificing, you're paying 3 mana and sacrificing 3 bodies, which usually are going to be, we'll say on average, they're 1.5 mana each. So, well, the 2 that you're sacrificing are, let's say, 1.5 each, because maybe one's 1 and one's 2. So that's 3 mana there. Plus probably the Herald. So 4, 5, 6, 7 for the actual activate, for the mana and the activation cost. You're looking at 7 mana. So you're only saving yourself a 1 mana discount. However, if you manage to pull this off in like a typical 60 card format, this is a sort of effect that you can get going off on turn 3, not unrealistically. Play, let's say, the Herald on 1. Play a 1, you know, let's take Angel's Herald because that's the one we're actually talking about. Play Angel's Herald on 1. So that's your white creature. Play a red creature, or sorry, a blue creature and a green creature on 2. 1 mana piece. Turn 3. Pay 3 mana, sack your 3 bodies, get a 8 mana creature into play. You're playing with Tinker, basically. These bodies, I would say for the most part, these bodies are worth it. I personally am least excited about the Sphinx's Herald. Fetching the Sphinx Sovereign. But, I mean, all the rest of these, I think are worth, you know, are worth doing. The problem with Angel's Herald, the problem with all these guys, is you only have 1 copy in your deck. Is it worth putting it into your deck in the first place to have a slim chance of getting a, you know, an 8 mana creature out? Or should you just put some kind of ramp in your deck instead? I would probably put ramp in my deck instead. So at this point, I can see uses for these first two. Angel's Herald is a tough sell. Excommunicate. They keep trying to find ways to give us white removal. Like they were trying to give us, they've been wanting to give us Swords of Plowshares or a variant thereof. Give me a sec here. Actually, I can continue talking. This doesn't require me to go anywhere. They've been trying to give us some variant of Swords to Plowshares or some variant thereof for quite a while. In a way that was not... Like, in a way that's been fair. And when I say fair, I mean the sort of card that they can reprint into, that they can print in a standard and occasionally give us back. And if you take a look, Shards of Alara, or not Shards of Alara, Excommunicate actually had a couple of reprints. It wasn't a big, it wasn't a big deal. But they did give it back to us a couple more times. Excommunicate was really good, in my opinion. It wasn't great, but it was really good when Commander still had the tuck rule. And for those that don't know what on earth I'm talking about, it used to be that the ability to send the commander back to the command zone only worked if, I think if your commander was like destroyed or exiled, it could go back. Oh my god. Good lord. I still don't know. Wait. Showman. No, that's different. Shomanuchi? I don't know. Is it Shomanuchi or Shomanuki? Or am I mangling it? Maybe I should just call you Showman. It's been a week. Good lord. So let me think here. Didn't stream Tuesday last week because I did a Tuesday overnight shift at the gas station. So there's no way I was going to survive it. Shomanuchi. Okay. Tuesday overnight shift at the gas station. Get home, be home for like 3 or 4 hours. Get myself up and ready to head off to my LGS. Put in a 4-hour shift there. So this is Wednesday afternoon that we're talking about now. Come home, have a quick bite to eat, I think. Get myself cleaned up. Do a stream on Wednesday evening from 6 till, because I normally start around 6 o'clock Eastern, till about, I think I've finished about 15 minutes or so into the new year. Thursday, I was off of both jobs, but my my bed is fairly high. Um, let's put it this way: if I'm sitting properly-ish, I'm sitting like this. The height of my bed is about here. I don't know if you can see that or not. Yeah, my bed is up to about here. I don't know if that's understandable or not from, but suffice it to say, this is, think about being seated, and then about, it's a bad way to word it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. It's about sitting down on my chair. The top of my bed is basically nipple height. I do not know how it happened, but I had been trying to sleep on, and I'm pretty sure this was Thursday, and I somehow slid off of my bed, landed thump on the floor beside it. Landed hard. Oh. Friday, had to go back to work in my LGS. Um, most of my shifts at my LGS is usually putting orders together for people, which means we've got a bunch of binders with cards from, Pokemon and Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! When we have to grab the binders, find the right card, pull it out for somebody, put the order together. My LGS is largely shifted over to being primarily based on online orders. And so we have, it's not unheard of that we'll have like especially the first day, first day after, uh, you know, into the first business day after New Year's, we've got like 50 or so orders. That's what, yeah, yeah. So you're only like, yeah. So your bed's like down here, and mine's up here. So if I fell off of yours, no big deal. It's like, oof. I fall off of mine, and it's like, thud. Anyway, so we've got all these binders set up. So, you know, all the Magic binders are here, and all the Yu-Gi-Oh binders are here, and all the Pokemon binders are here, and have to keep reaching up here and down here. And I did not, my body didn't enjoy the stretching to have to pull binders down. And it got to the point where even a binder that was relatively low, the stretching was being painful. So I did my shift. It wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't bad enough that it's like I need to go to the hospital, but it wasn't comfortable. I must have bruised something or something. Saturday, I had to go into the gas station for my shift, and I contacted my boss on at the gas station. I contacted her on Friday, saying, "Hey, by the way, I may not be able to do Sunday's shift. I'll let you know on Saturday how I feel, but I may not be able to do Sunday's shift." Saturday night I get into the gas station and I'm like, I can do, I could do that night. I'm like, I contacted her and said, yeah, I don't think I can do Sundays. I'll do my job as best as I can tonight. I don't think I can do it tomorrow night. Sunday rolls around. I'm home from work. And I guess the fact that I could actually like sit down and relax and not have to worry about pushing myself the next day or the next night or whatever gave my body time to relax, and I feel I feel a lot better now than I did on Friday and I than I did on Saturday. So nowhere near as bad. Still feel like I've got like some kind of bruise or something, like right back here, right below the shoulder, but nowhere near as bad as it was last, you know, over the weekend. So if they suddenly call me up and say, "Hey, by the way, can you cover a shift?" As long as it's not tonight, I should be fine. Apart from that, a friend of mine was over on the weekend, and because you know he showed up, he ended up leaving his place later than he wanted to on Friday. Um, so by the time I left my LGS for some magic, like for some, we did some after hours magic at our store. Um, Basically for some of the staff, and we got into a seven person multiplayer game where two of us were playing commons only commander decks, and the other five were playing some like random janky deck that the owner had put together. And it's like, well, here's a bunch of like commons, but there's like three or four copies of this or that or whatever else. And then here's like some extra uncommons and rares, but they shouldn't be, they shouldn't be that big a deal. Just that. So his daughter is one of the people that's joining us, and she's playing she's playing mono black. She really likes that black deck apparently. Uh, nope. TST. I think was um. Give me a moment here. There we are. She's got a copy of Time of Darkness in that list. I look it up afterward. I'm in Canada, so the exchange rate is basically whatever the US price is, add roughly a third, somewhere between a third and 40% right now. So I'm saying a third. She's got a copy of Darkness in there. They're playing without sleeves because they're just like, random jank that he's got floating around. This for us is a $30 card. Even the US, it's a $22 card. It's being played with like, you realize how expensive that card is? Like, oh, I didn't know. To be fair, the last time I remember seeing a price for it, it was like I think the last price I specifically remember was like $7 or $8. And yeah, it's expensive now. Um, so yeah, that game ended up going till like my shift was 2 to 6. We started playing Magic around 7 when everyone else was on off shift. Finally finished somewhere around between 10 and 10:30. Called my friend. He's got like a 3 to 4 hour drive here. Yeah, he was still driving to get here. He had planned on leaving like middle of the afternoon. Nah, didn't make it. Was still on his way down. Saturday, barely got a chance to see him. Yep. For fog that happens to be black. You're playing white or green? You can get like probably, a dime a dozen. In doing it in black, good luck. uh but Sunday I actually got time to spend time. I actually had the opportunity to spend time with him. And we had a couple of things we were talking about. One is I probably don't sound it due to the fact that a lot of people have got a specific impression of what people from Canada are supposed to sound like, and it's just like any other. It's just like anything else. You get like an assumption that somebody from New York is supposed to sound a certain way, and then you realize that, well, no, New York has actually got like there's people that live in New York City. What part of New York City do you live in? Somebody, a Brooklyn accent is going to sound very different than somebody who's, working Wall Street. So, um, I think, I think a lot of what people presume Canadian is supposed to sound like is more East Coast. But yeah, a lot of Canada, like Ryan Reynolds is Canadian. Um, just honestly, a lot of Canadian is just very like when it comes to accents, ends up being very flat. So most people I know that are from like anywhere in Canada, a lot of them have a very plain, very flat accent. This isn't, I'm not saying we don't have an accent. We definitely do. It's just what does it sound like compared to what people expect? It sounds, realistically, it sounds different. But yeah, that being said, where was I? Oh yeah. And so one of the decks that we were talking about, working at my LGS for over a decade, you occasionally get somebody coming in wanting to buy multiple copies of a card. No, no, you're good. Or at least neutral. Want to buy multiple copies of a card, and I ask, well, what format do they play? And occasionally, the answer boils down to we're playing casual, kitchen table. Anything goes as long as we can get our, realistically, as long as we can get our hands on it, we can play it. I've had people come in more than once wanting like 4 copies of Sol Ring for a single deck. I'm like, okay. So I decided I'm going to make a list based on that premise, and let's see, let's see what happens. I've made the list. I haven't actually put the actual physical deck together yet. But it would probably be somewhere around $35 American. 35, $40 American. Where is it? There it is. And basically, oh, yeah, let's go with that one. The deck is based around this card. Okay. Tinker. 1 blue plus 2. Sorcery. Additional cost. Sack an artifact. Search your library for an artifact card. Put on the battlefield. Then shuffle. So what you want is also something that's worth tinkering out. And my first card that I love to default to is this guy. Pilgrim of the Fires. 7 mana for 6/4 first strike trample. That's a lot of ability on an uncommon that's like 10 cents. 6 power first strike means that it can tangle with any 6 power or smaller, 6 toughness or smaller creature, like a 6/6, and eat it. And 6/6s are pretty big. You're looking at, you're starting to look at the size of dragons. This attacks, you block with a 6/6 dragon. This goes, nom. Dragon's gone. Dragon doesn't get a chance to respond. The fact that it's got trample also means that if you try and chump block it, cool, you're blocking with a 2/2. I'll deal my damage first, eat you, and then carry over and deal 4 more to, what's behind it. So that was the first thing that went through my head. And I have a playset of this specifically set aside for a deck of this type. Then Final Fantasy shows up and gives me this. Iron Giant. 7 mana for 6/6 Vigilance, Reach, Trample. Again, it's a 6/6 with 3 big keywords, trample being one of them. This thing is just going to wreck house. I then remembered I also get access to this thing, which is also a 7 mana creature. It's a 5/7 with Ward 3 It's the only legal stifle ability in Pauper. You basically mana leak a spell or ability by paying 3 mana and pitching it. So here's 12 things that I have the ability to tinker out. So start off with 4 tinkers, which the only format, if you take a look here, the only format you can legally play it in is Vintage, and you can only play one. I mean, apart from, Canadian Highlander, which it's a 3-point card, which I think Canlander is, I want to say it's 7 points. Four Soul Rings, 4 Tinkers. Also running a playset of Elvis Spirit Guide, just so I've got, basically, it's there to be a really cheap, what's the word I'm looking for? Lotus Petal? Because unfortunately, Lotus Petal, any printing of it, like its original printing is from Tempest, which is $27. The 30th anniversary promo is $26. You're basically looking around $30 US as a starting point. Yeah, I'm not paying $30 for something like that. And then a handful of counter spells, some card draws, some removal. It comes to like $63 Canadian, and that's assuming I'm paying LGS pricing, which, in LGS, commonly you're looking at like a quarter for a common, 50 cents for an uncommon, and $1 for a rare as your minimums. So I'm starting off with that, and it's like $63. Okay, convert that back to American. You're probably looking around, what was it? 3/4, 16, 48. Yeah, probably about $40 if you're actually, probably somewhere around 35 to $40 if you're actually doing it on like TCG Player or something. The other thing I came up with, or I should say the other thing we came up with, was he had been talking about a generic commander deck. And what we mean by generic here isn't we're not talking about a deck that has a specific theme. We're talking about a deck that's just very simple. I remember when Tinker was a $7 card, sometimes even 10. Yeah. Oh yeah, same here. That being said, we also remember when, like, I remember Tellurian Academy being able to pick that up for $4. It's not $4 anymore. Yeah, so this outline, and I'll post the links in chat here. This isn't to make a regular commander deck. This is not a starting point for an outline for a reanimator deck or a ramp deck or a control deck or whatever. That it's not for this. This is, well, I just made a commander deck. I need something to test against. This is the something to test it against. Something that will have like general answers to common things. Like for example, if you're playing a Voltron deck, as an example, is a common deck idea. So this list may want a card or maybe two that are specifically good against Voltron decks. Something along the lines of Planar Disruption or Blazing Archon. Blazing Archon would be better because it's also good against like decks that like to swarm, like attack with a swarm of creatures. But if you're not doing that, you've also got stuff like Windborne Muse. Well, you're not going to attack with 30 creatures if each creature is going to cost you 2 mana to attack with, because suddenly now you have to pay 60 mana to be able to attack with all of them. So this is not designed to be a skeleton for a normal deck. This is designed to be a skeleton for, let's try and put together a deck that's useful for testing stuff against. I have a control deck I want to test. Okay, what's good against a control deck? Throw a couple of those in. You know, so it's going to have some of everything, but it's not. This is not focused on any one particular thing. This is not focused on. It's not even focused on being a control deck or some kind of defensive deck. Its focus is the fact that it has a lack of focus. And so I came up with this, and or I should say we came up with this. And this is, like I said, if you have, like, I just finished building my Yu-Gi-Oh deck, i.e. a commander deck that is influenced by Yu-Gi-Oh. Cool. Here's a deck to test it against. So, yeah, we has that. Anywho. But, oh yeah, and I also went grocery shopping I also kidnapped him for going grocery shopping and forgot to pick up bread. Picked up stuff for making sandwiches, forgot to pick up the bread. We're almost completely out of bread, except my roommate went and picked up, a play set of loaves today. And I'm like, oh, okay. That's a thing I was supposed to have done. Here's the money for it. Now, that being said, if you want to use that as a starting point for an outline to make regular decks, go right ahead. I would say the last, you know, at least the last 20 slots are cards that you want to put that are specifically towards your theme. And the rest of it is probably fine as is. You might want to tweak some numbers here and there. But I would turn around and take those last 20 slots and go, these specifically go towards theme. Excommunicate is like disempower. I think that's the disenchant version. Put target artifact or enchantment on top of its owner's library. Yeah. Put target creature on top of its owner's library. Yeah. Right. Now to rewind back 40 minutes, half an hour, something like that. At least 40 minutes. Yeah, so the tuck rule basically was, if memory serves me correctly, if your commander was getting destroyed or exiled, you had the opportunity then to put it into the command zone. But if it went anywhere else, that's where it went. And so a great way to get rid of certain commanders was to send it to its owner's library instead. And so a card like Excommunicate at that point was great, because if you could put it on top of its own, if you could take the commander, put it on top of its owner's library, and then use something else to force them to shuffle, their commander is now in their deck somewhere. But some years ago, they changed that. I don't remember when exactly it was, but some years ago they changed that. And so now the TLDR is, if your commander would change zones for any reason, you can put it into the command zone. So, Excommunicate was much better for Commander when it came out. It's still good. I mean, it's a great way to get rid of some creatures like what's his name? Merit Lage. You know, the giant 2020 beastie. Or there's a card in, I want to say it's Lorwyn Eclipsed. ECL. Was it 16? Alright, fine. Date greater than 2025. Oh, right, Marvel. Okay. Yeah, and it's going to make, you know, this, when you hit chapter 4, this is going to make a 1616. It doesn't have a, like, all it is 1616, flying, whoops, flying, still missed, they're rare, flying, get there eventually, trample, and an attack trigger. It doesn't have any sort of protection. Excommunicate. Cool. I'm going to take that 1616 token, put it on top of your deck. And the little bit that I do remember about Galactus, he's big. He's really big. Like, literally eats planets to sustain himself. He's not fast by any stretch of the imagination. Like, yes, he's fast compared to a human. So are most supers. Um, but yeah, he's not actually fast. So giving him haste, yeah, you create a giant token, cool. I'll excommunicate him before you get a chance to attack with him. So I mean, excommunicate again. It's a fine removal spell. There's a lot of cards that I would play before excommunicate. But if I'm looking for removal that doesn't exile, you know, doesn't destroy and doesn't exile, excommunicate might be on that list. Marble Chalice, honestly, even if I'm playing a, even if I'm playing specifically a life gain deck, I don't think I would play Marble Chalice. There's so many easier ways. Like, look at this. You're playing white. Tap to gain a life. Soul Mender. 2 less mana. Exact same ability. It's a 1/1 creature versus an artifact. It's going to... Sure, it dies to Wrath of God. Okay. Marble Chalice dies to Disenchant and all its variants, and Shatter and all its variants, etc., etc. Yeah. Yoked Plow Beast. 7 mana for 5/5 with cycling 2. The only reason I could see to actually play this, A, cycling is relevant. B, you're playing like a mono white reanimator deck, and so you basically are taking the premise of like the mono black, I think it was mono black deck from Modern, I want to say, that had like Street Wraith and like other creatures that had cycling to get them into the grave. Living End. That's what it was. Wasn't mono black. It played like mono black, but you could I think you could cycle for black. Get a bunch of the stuff into the get a bunch of creatures into the graveyard. Even if they were only like 3/3s or whatever. Get a bunch of creatures into the graveyard. And then Living End, get them all back into play and suddenly have like, 15 power or whatever on the board. If you're building a mono white version of that, I can see Yoked Plow Beast making it. I do not see a viable reason for playing this compared to other stuff. I just don't see it. Sunseed Nurturer, on the other hand. The Sunseed Nurturer, the one thing this has got going for it that I see compared to everything else is that last ability. It is a white creature that taps for mana. Sort by release date. Ascending? Helionaut filters mana. Goldmere is an artifact creature. So, I mean, you can say that counts. I disagree in this context. We'll leave that. Sunseed Nurturer, the first white creature that taps for mana. Skyclave Cleric doesn't count because it's a creature on one side and a land on the other. Jada taps for mana, but only for angels. O'Hare Talk, again, creature on one side, land on the other. Witch Enchanter, creature on one side, land on the other. Codsworth, only taps for mana for aura and or equipment. So realistically speaking, for a creature that in and of itself taps for mana in mono white, you're rolled out because you are creature on one side, land on the other. You're rolled out because you only tap for mana towards specific stuff. Although, if you're playing the appropriate kind of deck, add them. You're debatable, but you're not a white creature, you just have a white color identity. You filter, this is the only creature, the only actual creature in white that taps for mana is Sunseed Nurturer. Is that worth inclusion into your deck? I don't know. It's worth inclusion in at least one of my decks, though. Because I have a Selesnya Druid deck that I'm building. And one of its things is, because if you ever take a look at some of my deck lists, I'll just pull up the blank here temporarily. By the way, feel free to kidnap this. Feel free to take this blank and use it. I have no problem with that whatsoever. Let me pull up... Let's pull up this. I hate myself for this, but oh well. This is what a deck. Oh my god, go away. This is what a deck, when it's done, like once I've sketched it out, looks like. And this is basically going like anything that's in the same color is the same category. So all 6 of these cards fall under mass removal. All of these, all 5 of these yellow cards fall under reusability. All 6 of these fall into other, etc., etc. And anything that's bold, Blade, Griff, Prototype, Meteor Golem, Nautiloid Ship, No Stone, Gargoyle, Reality Smasher, Steel Hellkite, Mirror Welder, Psychosis Crawler, etc., etc. These are all creatures. And one of the decks that I have that I'm working on, actually, see if I can find you quickly. There we are. is this. This is a Selesnya ramp deck. This is a Selesnya Druid. Sorry, this is Selesnya Druids with a decent amount of ramp in it. And the key to this particular deck is, let's see if I can find him. Oh, yes. Here he is. This, right here. Guiltleaf Archdruid. Well, what's Guiltleaf Archdruid? 5 mana for a 3/3. Whenever you cast a druid, you may draw a card. Tap 7 untapped druids you control. Gain control of all lands target player controls. You really only want to use that when somebody's getting out of hand. Or if they're accelerating enough and you are far behind. You know, if they have enough stuff going on that even without their lands, they'll be fine. And one of the categories I have here is non-mono green. This orange slot, this orange column here. And because a lot of these guys are going to be mono green, I'm like, okay, what ones are not mono green? And so I went looking for what druids are there that are not mono green. And that I can put in the newest Selesnya deck. And I saw Sunseed Nurturer. I'm like, that's very much a card that I'm looking for. So, if you're in the market for some kind of if you're in the market at all for something even remotely vaguely resembling Llanowar Elves, and you're in white, this is the card that you're looking for. Okay, hold on a sec here. This is driving me nuts. Give me a sec here. Meh. Have to deal with that later. Oh, you're still showing up. Yeah, you're still showing up. Okay. But yeah, Sunseed Nurturer, I think needs to get a lot more attention than it does. Metallurgian. This is basically trying to be a. This is trying to be welding jar that you can use. I just saw the flavor text on it. By the time I got there, the heart had stopped. Fortunately, I was able to replace it with something better. Anyway, this is trying to be welding jar, but something that you can use, like, regularly. Its drawback is that it requires it to tap for its ability. But I mean, a lot of unless you're trying to regenerate multiple things in a turn cycle, which I think is Like in a situation like that, I think you're trying to stop multiple things from dying to the same thing. In other words, you have an effect like Shatterstorm. Destroy all artifacts. That's going off. Okay, well you can save one thing, but you can't save everything. But for a situation like that, you should have some kind of, you know, regenerate all permanents, regenerate all permanents you control or something. Can only regenerate creatures, apparently. Shrug. That being said, though, wait a sec. Uh, all right. Uh, so Ultimate Magic, Holy, Dawn's Truce, Soul New Phyrexia. Uh, I, I'm not looking at these two because at this point we're looking at white. Okay. So there are ways to make your stuff not die from a thing right now. 2 mana, 3 mana, and then Soul New Phyrexia. Not talking about the dedicated Dollmaker because that's an arena only card. We're not going to talk about arena only cards at this point. Metallurgian, great if you need to save one thing once in a while. Probably using it to, I think where you probably want it for is keeping your commander alive, assuming your commander's an artifact. I think that's where I would go. I think that's what I would use it for. Um, Next, Invincible Him. Again, going back to the question of I'm making a deck that gains life. Um, if I'm gaining 10 life, do I want 10 instances of gain 1 life, or do I want 1 instance of gain 10 life? And Invincible Him is the second. This is very much it's the second. I think it's not unreasonable for this to show up in the first, let's say, 35 cards. At which point your life total suddenly goes to like 65 or whatever. Especially if you're playing with any amount of tutoring at all. Then this should show up before then. If you're playing with a vaguely reasonable number of tutors, I don't know, 3 or 4, then you can probably get this, within your you should be able to get this, I would say, within your first 20 cards. Keeping in mind that you start off with 7 in hand. So that's within 13, because you draw every turn. Within 13 turns, some amount of additional card draw going on. You probably get this with, I would say, probably four-ish tutors. You can get this regularly every game and suddenly be at like 8, double your life total basically. But, oh, yeah. So, any effect that says that sets a player's life total technically makes them gain or lose the amount of life in order to get to that life total. So, if you have an effect that says, target player's life total becomes 10. If they're at 37, the rules say what that actually means is they lose 27 life. If their life total is 3, the rules say technically what happens is they gain 7 life. Most of the time that doesn't matter. However, let's say you've got 65 cards left in your library and you're at 24. Your life total would become 65. 65 minus 24 is, I believe, 44. If you have an effect that says if you would gain life, gain twice that much life instead, like Alhammaret's Archive, you don't gain 44 life, you would gain 88. And instead of being at 65, like you would expect to be, you would now be at 44 above that, so you'd suddenly be at 109. So, cards like this interact very interestingly with cards that say, double your life, whenever you gain life, double that, or any kind of effect of that nature. See, for your life total to become the appropriate number, you actually gain or lose the appropriate amount of life. If your life total is 20 and your library has 32 cards in it, Invisible Hymn will cause you to gain 12 life. Other cards that interact with life gain or life loss will interact with Invisible Hymn accordingly. So, and again, keep in mind, gaining life in and of itself doesn't help. It doesn't win you the game. So if you're going to use this and gain a bunch of life, you need to have a reason for gaining that life. And again, one of my, like, this is an 8 mana, this is an 8 mana spell. So a reasonable example would be, cool, well, I've got a low life total right now because stuff happened. But I've got Book of Wrath out. Cool. Now that my life total is like 50 something again, I can activate this 4 times a turn. paying 8 mana, losing 8 life, but draw 4 cards. So the the fact that you're gaining life is only there so that you can use it as a resource for something else. That, sure, I get it. But don't, but it doesn't like if you win the game, it doesn't matter if your life total is 1 or 1,048,000. Was it 1,048,576? Or the other number that goes through my head is 16,777,216. Because computers. That's why. Uh, yeah. You want to gain a bunch of life? Have an actual reason for gaining the life. I'm not saying don't. I'm saying if you're going to have cards in your deck that do nothing but gain you life, have an actual reason for it. Not just because it gains you life. That being said, if life gain is attached to something else, it suddenly becomes so much better. In fact, a good example, one of the best examples out there is this guy, Vampire Nighthawk. 2 black plus 1 for 2/3 flying death touch lifelink. 3 mana for, so here's the thing. 3 mana for 2/3 in black is okay, it's okay. It has a relevant creature type. Nice. Any one of these abilities makes it good. Any two of these, in my opinion, makes it great. It has all three. Flying means it can swing in and deal damage, and it can block 99.99% of things. It has Death Touch, so anything it tangles with is going to die. It might die in the process. It might not. And it's got lifelink. So anytime it deals damage, you're going to gain that life. This is a really this is a really, this is one of those cards that, and they reprinted it in Foundations, which means it's legal in Standard again. Oh my dog. This has not been legal in Standard since... checklist. M13, if I read that right? Dual deck, Commander, dual deck, Modern Masters 3, Arch Enemy, Commander, Arch Enemy, List, Commander, List, Commander, 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 List. Yeah, the last time it was legal in Standard was M13. Damn. But yeah. But yeah, that's one of those or even Gifted Aetherborn. 2 black for 2/3 with Death Touch and Lifelink. Again, this sees a fair amount, like not a crazy amount, but this sees a decent amount of play in Pioneer and I believe Modern as well, because it does so much. It's got 2 black pips, so anything that cares about devotion to black is going to enjoy it. For a 2 mana card, 2 black pips is a lot. It's a 2/3, which means it's a little bit bigger than its mana cost would suggest. And again, Death Touch and Lifelink. Jumps in front of anything, kills it, and any damage it deals, you gain that life. Kind of a big deal. So, yeah, if you're going to play a card that gains life, if all it does is if all it does is gain life, make sure you've got an actual viable reason for having that in your deck. And they exist. They do exist. But ideally, make sure the card that you're playing does more than just gain you life. Even a simple card like Revitalize. 2 mana, instant, gain 3 life, draw a card. Saw a reasonable amount of standard play in, I think it was M19 standard. Because it was a bit of a buffer against aggro decks. It's basically the same cost as, say, Lightning Strike. You gain the life back that they just dealt, and you draw a card. The fact that it's 2 mana, basically you're looking at as 2 mana, draw a card, and the gain 3 life was like a nice bonus. So, kind of like Spirited Companion or Helpful Hunter, except instead of getting a 1/1 body, you gain 3 life. Guardians of Akrasa. If you're building a deck around Exalted, you may want to be looking at this card. But you have to be building around Exalted. Otherwise, I was going to say I don't think I'd bother. But I'm contemplating that deck that's built around Rasad now. Damn it. Rasad in Bashir. 3 mana for 0/3. It's an uncommon, which is hilarious. This is a really good uncommon general. Because it does something you pretty much only see at higher rarity. Each creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. So this is essentially a 3/3 in combat. Whenever he attacks, if you have the initiative, double the toughness of each creature you control until end of turn. So now you need some way to get the initiative. There's ways around that. Or you could just ignore that and just use this, just care about this first ability. And by the way, also choose a background if that's a thing that you care about. I would do 3 mana 0/3 and this ability and just go from there. That's easy. Well, then you start taking a look at Guardians of Akrasa, which, sure, 3 mana 0/4 defender, yay, with Exalted. Exalted means that whenever a creature attacks alone, this gives that creature +1/+1 till end of turn. If you have Exalted on a card more than once, they all trigger. They all trigger separately. They all stack. So if you've got a 2/2 creature and you've got 3 creatures in play that have Exalted, attack, trigger, trigger, trigger. It's attacking as a 5/5 now. If one of them has Exalted twice somehow, cool, it's now attacking as a 6/6. So, uh, Exalted is one of those things that you can just randomly throw into a deck because every so often there's going to be a situation because it here's the thing, it doesn't have to be a Voltron deck or a deck of that style. It doesn't have to be that style of deck at all. It can just be a regular commander deck. But if you happen, because every once in a while, you'll end up in a situation where you've only got one creature. You've only got one creature that you can reasonably attack with. It's going to happen occasionally. And so throwing in a card like Guardians of Krasa or anything else that's got Exalted. um, Noble Hierarch. Also a good example. Alternatively, the Ignoble Hierarch, which are basically the same card. It's just that, you know, one green for 0/1 with Exalted, and taps for green, or Noble can also tap for white or blue. Ignoble can also tap for black or red. Every so often, you'll run in a situation where it's like, I've only got one creature I can actually attack with. Exalted gives you a reason to attack with it. Soul's Grace, um, eh? Again, you know, 2 mana instant, gain life equal to target creature's power. It's fine. Again, you're gaining life. How much life are you gaining? Why are you gaining life? Now, I mean, that being said, you can have an opponent who basically goes, okay, I'm attacking with my general. I'm going to attack you for like 15. Okay. Have you taken any commander damage yet? No? Cool. You cast Soul's Grace. You know, even after combat damage has resolved, before the end of the turn, you just go, cool, by the way, 2 mana. I'm going to gain life equal to its power. What? Yeah, I'm going to gain life equal to its power. So I almost fogged your attack. Because you still took the 15 commander damage. But I mean, yeah. It's, again, it's okay. But again, all it does is gain you life. Is that relevant? Does it do enough for you? And I'm not saying yes, and I'm not saying no. I'm saying make sure you understand what's going on here. You know, and make sure you have a reason for gaining that life. Sanctum Gargoyle. There was a combo with this that was out of Just Commons years ago. Um, I can't remember what it was, but there was some combo deck years ago that actually in Pauper that could make use of Sanctum Gargoyle to consistently return a creature or an artifact back from your graveyard to hand. I I don't remember. I'm drawing a blank on the rest of it. But this is basically what you have here. If you compare this to Gravedigger, you're basically paying the same cost, getting an extra point of toughness and flying, but instead of getting a creature back, which it is, well, you get back an artifact card. But this is an artifact creature. So in theory, you could use a Sanctum Gargoyle to get back a Sanctum Gargoyle. If you're looking at bringing... If you're considering bringing back artifacts... you could also bring back artifact lands. You can bring back artifact lands, artifact creatures. There are some artifact enchantments. Spear of Heliod and its ilk come to mind. Whip of Erebos might be the most popular one from that cycle. Whip of Erebos is fairly popular. Bow of Dynlia is fairly popular. Binding of Thassa, I forget what Perforos gets. Spear Perforos? No, not Spear. I can't remember what it's called. Hammer. That's what it was. Hammer Perforos. Hammer Perforos is actually really good. Because it's like its fail condition is a slightly harder to cast Fervor. So you've got artifact creatures you can bring back, artifact lands you can bring back, artifact enchantments you can bring back. There's one artifact planeswalker that I know of that you can bring back, which is the Ether Spark. I mean, saying artifact is redundant. So there's cards that are just artifacts. You know, how terrible that you would have to bring back something that's only got a single card type, like, I don't know, Coveted Jewel or something. What a terrible card. There are tribal / kindred artifacts as well. So those also count. So there's a lot of options that you can bring back with us. I think you could get away with throwing it into... Here's the thing. You don't need to be an artifact-heavy deck. You just have to have enough artifacts in your deck that are... that can either blow... you sack them for X effect, or people want to blow them up anyway. And one of the cards I have, or sorry, one of the lists I have, where are you? Think it was Sharoom. uh, Milling, draw more, removal. No? Was it not in here? Oh! I didn't put it in here, but I really considered it. Because the key would be Mindslaver. And then Archaeomender, Miss Metal Witch, Old Tech Archaeologist, Triad of Fates, Trusty Pack Beast, all gave you the ability to reuse, like, Archaeomender and Old Tech Archaeologist and Trusty Pack Beast. I'll let you get it back. I went with Trusty Pack Beast over Sanctum Gargoyle because it was a mana cheaper. It's basically the same thing. You lose flying. Apart from losing flying, it's the same card. And I was fine with that. So Mindslaver takes somebody's turn. Archaeomender, Otek Archaeologist, Trusty Pack Beast, get the Mindslaver back. Miss Metal Witch, Remember the Fallen, Triad of Fates. Reuse the Archaeomender, Archaeologist, or Trusted Pack Beast. So it was close. It was very close to making it in. And I took the Trusty Pack Beast instead. So, yes, are there ways to make it work for you? Yes, of course there's ways to make it work for you. Blue cards. Chess and Lookout. She's a vanilla creature. She's a 2-power vanilla creature for 2 mana in blue. Does that do anything for you? Probably not. If you're playing Scout Tribal, you might want to look into it. But I really don't see use for it in general otherwise. Cathari Screecher. Cathari Screecher is not actually bad. So the thing about Unearth is if a creature with Unearth is in your graveyard, you can pay its Unearth cost. You're basically giving it you're basically flashing it back. It comes back into play with haste. If it would leave play for any reason, or at the end of turn, you exile it. flickering it can get it back into play permanently, quote unquote. But other than that, meh. But what you're looking at here is a 3 mana 2/2 flyer, which, again, in of itself, meh. But if it's in. But this is one of those. Again, I like referring to decks like aristocrats for a lot of these things. This is one of those things that if it dies, you can still get another use out of it. So while this doesn't give you extra use to the extent that, let's say, like it doesn't give you extra use the same way something like Doom Traveler does. You know, when it dies, you get a 1/1 token. This does give you, a way to sack it. In this case, you can sack this creature twice. It's just exiled if you do it the second time. But, art like a mono blue aristocrats deck is a feasible idea. I mean, here again, this I've said this before and I will say it again. This game's been out for this is 32 for almost 32 and a half years. Like next month will be 32 and a half because it came out in August. If you have an idea, chances are there's enough cards, some way, somehow, some manner of speaking, that you can make that deck. Like, that deck can exist. Even if it's in a color or color scheme that doesn't generally get that ability, there's enough ways to make it work. Giraffe Visionary Stitcher, as an example. You can pay a blue and sack, say you sack this creature. You get a 2/2 zombie, which will have flying because of his ability. Unearth it. Sack it again. Get another 2/2 zombie. And incidentally, this Unearth ability, this is an ability. It's an activated ability. When you're bringing it back from the graveyard that way, you're not casting it. You're activating an ability. Harder to counter that way. So, yeah, if you're looking into something like a mono blue aristocrats deck, that might be an option. Steelclad Serpent. 6 mana for a 4/5. Can't attack unless you control another artifact. I will say, if you're considering playing the Steelclad Serpent in the first place, you're probably already playing the artifacts anyway. You have some number of artifact creatures, or some number of artifact lands, or some number of artifacts something. Going, hey, by the way, yeah, this is pretty much not a drawback. All you have to do is have another artifact in play. Okay. But now you're paying 6 mana for a 4/5. Is that worth it? Probably not.
Because 6 mana for, like, here's the thing. 6 mana for a colorless artifact, I think you can get a 4/6 or a 6/4. I'm not so sure. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Because I think. Yeah, Obsidianist Golem from 4th edition. Originally in. Oh wow, originally in Alpha. Pardon me. 6 mana for 4/6. 6 mana for 4/5 requires color to mana cast and has a drawback. Just run the Obsidianist Golem. Unless the rarity makes a difference, just run the Obsidianist Golem. The scary thing is, compare this to the Mirror Shell Crab I mentioned earlier, which for an extra blue, okay, you get an extra point of power, 2 extra points of toughness, no drawback, ward 3. So for an extra blue, you're getting +1/+2, ward 3, no drawback, and the ability to channel it to mana leak something. Just, no. Don't run the Serpent. Unless you've got a really specific reason to do it, don't run it. Coma Veil? Coma Veil has been severely kicked to the curb by Weakstone subject. Yeah, has been severely kicked to the curb by Weakstone subjugation, which is so this says enchant artifact or creature. Enchant permanent doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Enchant artifact or creature. Enchant permanent doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Weakstone Subjugation is the exact same card for 4 mana less, with the additional of paying an additional 3 when it enters to tap the permanent. Don't play Coma Veil. Don't play Coma Veil unless you really actually need to. Like, honestly, there's this ability exists enough as is. I think this might be the first time that we actually got it. Yeah. So let's go sort by mana value. I don't care which actual order it's in because there's only a handful of them. There we go. So Weakstone Subjugation is the most recent one. Ice Over. You know, same ability without the ability to pay the additional 3. But yeah, same card. Malfunction. When it enters, tap enchant permanent. Malfunction is basically Weakstone Subjugation, assuming you're paying the I'm going to call it a kicker cost. Psychic Overload. Same card with the ability to pitch 2 artifacts to untap it. Tractor Beam, instead of being an artifact, it has to be specifically a spacecraft. So, eh. Coma Veil is the one we're talking about. Numbing Dose, it's a slightly harder cast Coma Veil, but this can also be a win condition on its own. At the beginning of the upkeep of Enchant Permanent's controller, that player loses 1 life. So, realistically, 1, 2, 3. Three that are strictly better than it, and 2 that are debatable, and then 1 hits spacecraft instead of artifacts. Yeah, don't play the Coma Veil unless you really need to dig that far down. The Sphinx's Herald. We already talked about the Sphinx's Herald when we covered the Angel's Herald. It's a decent creature that's either going to gain you life or ping your opponents. Thing is, if it's tapped for whatever reason, and keep in mind the Sphinx's Herald says, you know, if it's tapped versus, or sorry, if it's untapped versus if it's tapped, it doesn't have to have attacked to be able to do its thing. You know, if you gain 3 life if it's untapped, otherwise, which means it has to be tapped, each opponent loses 3 life. It could be tapped for something like Springleaf Drum. I feel like I'm trying to come down with something right now. I'd rather not. But I feel like my body's trying to tell me, hey, by the way, you might be coming down with something. That being said, this does allow you to accelerate out, potentially, an 8-mana 6/6 flyer. But the Heralds are really only good if you can get it and the other resources. In this case, a white creature and a black creature, in addition to at least itself. If you can get them into play early enough to actually make it worthwhile. I will point out, and I don't know if I said this when I covered the Angel's Herald, it does not say activate this ability only as a sorcery. So at some point later in the game, you can turn around and go, well, these guys aren't doing me any good. You're attacking me with what? Okay. Pay this cost, sack these guys. I'm going to dig out my Sphinx, and now I'm going to have a 6/6 flying blocker now. Cool, I block your guy. Wait, what? Hopefully you've got some other kind of payoff going on for, for sacrificing your other creatures. You probably do. I'm now starting to think that they might be slightly better than I gave them credit for. I wouldn't call them good, but I think they're slightly better than I initially gave them credit for. Spell Snip. You are paying 3 mana for a 4 spike that has the option of cycling it for 2. No. No. Just no. what's the no, not Jawari Disruption. Uh, uh, what's the one I'm thinking of? Cat. Sensor. Cycling blue versus cycling 2 is basically a wash. Countervailing Winds. If you're considering Spell Snip, run Countervailing Winds instead. It's the exact same mana cost, exact same cycling cost, unless this controller pays 1 for each card in your graveyard. By the time you're casting this, you probably have 3 or 4 cards in your graveyard. This should be at least a mana leak. If this is better than a mana leak, yeah. This, just no. And Sensor, again, blue versus blue versus 2 for cycling. And if you're playing blue, you probably are going to be playing blue mana for the cycling anyway. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 1. Run Sense if you're considering Spell Snip. Sensor basically does the same thing at a lower cost. Countervailing Winds at the same cost does the same thing but better. Complicate, if you cycle it, which the cycling cost is the same as Spell Snip, it's counter target spell unless its controller pays 1, but you're cycling it for that ability, so you also draw a card. It's a slightly more expensive mana leak. You also get Miscalculation, which for 1 less mana. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. Was cycling for 2. Like, honestly, if you're looking for mana leak variants that have cycling, you have options. Just don't go to Spell Snip. Just save yourself the headache. Don't go to Spell Snip. So far from what I'm seeing out of these bottom 6, I feel like the Cathari Screecher is probably the most playable card. It's second from the bottom, but out of the bottom 6, I would play the Cathari. I would probably run Cathari Screecher above anything else. Outrider of Jess, 4 mana for 2/2 with Exalted, which doesn't sound amazing, but keep in mind, we are talking blue here. Blue is not really known for being able to pump its team. If it's getting that survivability, it's commonly getting it from artifacts. It is rare. It is rare, unless it's part of a cycle, for blue to get something that can pump its entire team. There's the, let's see here, ID equal U, name Paragon O. Well, that's assuming that it's pumping itself. There, Paragon of Gathering Mists. Again, part of a cycle. Okay, becomes more than that if you get more Exalted cards out. Or, alternatively, it's pumping something else. Paragon of Gathering Mists, Sunken City are the only cards in blue that I can think of that specifically pump, that can specifically pump your blue creatures. As opposed to uh, something like Obelisk of Urge, which pumps out creatures of a relevant creature type, or Gauntlet of Power, I think it is, which pumps out creatures of the relevant color, so you name blue, etc. But yeah, blue does not pump its own stuff very much or very often. Outrider of Outrider of Just, again, it doesn't look amazing, but when you compare it, like Holly said, it becomes a blue hill giant, assuming it's triggering it, just to itself. A blue hill giant is not terrible. At least at this point in time, it was not terrible. Nowadays, Phantom Monster has been power crept a bunch. So you should be able to get, like nowadays, this would be a 2/2 flyer with Exalted, I think. But this is also the difference between, 2018 Magic and 2025, 2026 Magic. Because technically, we're not even a week into 2026 yet. No new cards, as of yet, have come out in 2026. As of the time of doing this stream. So, that being said, it's Exalted whenever a creature you control attacks alone. So it doesn't have to be itself. You could have a 7/7 Flying Trample. Outrider is sitting out. Cool. It's attacking as an 8/8. Or actually, maybe you've got a 6/7 Flying Trample. That might be a better analogy. I think it was the Unspeakable did that. Cool. It's going to attack with an extra +1/+1. You know, there are, again, there's ways to make it useful. The fact that it's got Exalted is nice. It feels overcosted. If you're comparing this to other colors, this is overcosted. You have to remember that this is a blue card, and that actually makes a difference. Which, if you're looking at blue specifically, I think this puts it further up than it first appears. Skill Burrower. Skill Burrower. So, it is pretty easy to make this broken. This is like playing with Conspicuous Snoop. In fact, what is it? As long as the top card of your library is an artifact or creature card, this has all activated abilities of that card. Conspicuous Snoop. As long as the top card of your library is a Goblin card, this creature has all activated abilities of that card. So, if you go into Izzet for your Goblin deck, you can run Skill Burrower as a second Conspicuous Snoop and have duplication of, and have redundancy of effect. Never mind all the other shenanigans that you can do with it. Bogart or otherwise. Tortoise formation. Creatures you control gain Shroud till end of turn. Format to basically protect your stuff from targeted removal. I think you can do better. Giving Shroud is, if you're playing this, chances are you're not targeting your own stuff. Giving hexproof would work just as well. You Is there one that does overload? O colon overload ID equal U O gain. Yeah, Mesium skin. Target creature control gets +0/+1 gains hexproof till end of turn. Overload for an additional mana. So the one problem that you're going to find with Alara, the one problem I am seeing with Alara, is a lot of the cards are good, but compared to stuff that's come out since then, and we're still talking cards that came out pre-COVID. Cards that came out, let's say, before summer of 2019 or before fall of 20. I shouldn't say summer or fall because Australia et al. Exist. Stuff that came out before, let's say, October of 2019. Even based on that, so stuff that came out within the next decade of this set coming out has just kicked it to the curb hard. And so you look at this stuff and go, why would I play this card? So I don't think Taurus formation in and of itself is bad, but the problem is stuff has come out that's better since then. Covenant of Minds. 5 mana sorcery. Reveal the top 3 of your library. Target opponent may choose to put... What? Target opponent may choose to put those cards into your hand. If they don't, put those into your graveyard and draw 5 cards. Before signing anything on Grixis, always read the fine print. So, here's the top 3 in my deck. Do I get to put them in my hand? You have to target an opponent. The funny thing is, because this targets an opponent, just like cards like Fact or Fiction and Gifts and Given and a lot of similar effects. Anything where you reveal the top of your deck and then somebody gets to choose what happens to them, you're almost always targeting an opponent. Hey, Holly, I'm flipping over these 3 cards. Do I get to put them in my hand? If she says sure, cool. I put them in my hand. I spent 5 mana for... I spent an extra mana over Concentrate, though I only required a single blue. If she says no, they go to my graveyard, I draw the next 5. If, on the other hand, she becomes somehow an illegal target, let's say Gilded Light in response, then well, this tries to resolve, but the target is illegal, so the entire spell fails. So I don't even get to see what my next 3 cards are. Oh. I mean, to be honest, I kind of like it. I think this is funnier if you're playing with one of those cards that lets you run any number of copies and wants you to have some number of copies in your graveyard. So, Slam Against Humanity comes to mind. Dragon's Approach comes to mind. I can't think of other. You could build it with rats with some kind of like mass reanimation shenanigans, like a living death type idea. Just bring them all back all at once. And if you're doing that in white, you've got your Tempest Knight, your Heir Apparent, and the 2/2 flying bird thing. I forget what it's called. But you can do like raise the past type idea and go thunk. And do that sort of shenanigans. So, yeah, stuff of that nature. I can see Covenant of Minds fitting into a deck of, a deck of either of those styles. Something like Persistent Petitioners. I don't see this going into that kind of deck. Unless you have a reanimation plan of some sort, I don't see that going into that. I don't see Covenant of Minds going into a Persistent Petitioners deck. And I say this as somebody who's built a Persistent Petitioners deck. I don't see this going in. I'd like it to go in, but unless, again, unless you build your deck in such a way to do a Raise the Past, a Living End, something of that nature, Patriarch's Bidding, etc., etc. Unless you build your deck with that kind of... At that point, sure, it's feasible. I don't see it. I could see it in a Dredge style deck though. Courier's Capsule. Courier's Capsule I think was fine, but I think it's been kicked to the curb enough times now. What's the new one that's in Edge of Eternities? Type artifact. ID equal blue. Oh, draw. I can't remember what it's called. Cryogen Relic. Exact same cost. Blue +1. When it enters or leaves the battlefield, draw a card. So that feels like... Oh... I can never remember which Wellspring is which. I want to say it's Icor Wellspring? Holly, stop that. Bouncy with umbilicus. Yeah, Icor Wellspring. When it enters or is put in a graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. When it enters or leaves, draw a card. Yeah. And they're both 2-drops. This one costs the same as the Courier's Capsule. But you can pay 2 and sack it to, instead of just drawing cards, put a stun counter on up to 1 target tap creature. This does get the ability to get... Well, no. I was going to say this gets ahead. But you've paid 2 to cast it. 2 to sack it. Does not require tapping, which means you can use it to Word of Invention or something else. When you sack it, you're going to draw an additional card. So you're getting your 2 cards that way. So you're still paying 4 mana for 2 cards and getting a stun counter. I think like there is better, but I think this might be one of those effects that you have to see how far down you have to dig to be able to get that. This might actually be playable compared to Coma Veil. Although I will point out that Coma Veil stopping something from untapping, part of the problem is blue actually does have some actual legitimate removal to play with as well. Mindlock Orb, on the other hand, Mindlock Orb is kind of adorable. I think this might work best against green, like... Again, green and black really high up in playability when it comes to Commander. Green likes to search out lands. Black likes to do its tutoring shenanigans. Demonic Tutor Red Owl. Mindlock Orb turns around and goes, nah. White gets a bit of white, if you're looking at catch-up ramp, it'll slow that down a lot. As in a case like that, you really want Smothering Dive. Red doesn't really tutor. Blue doesn't really tutor in general. So you're taking a look at, like, anything that falls in Abzan is going to look at this and go, oh no, really? Yeah. I would say worth playing if you're trying to play if you're building a Let's Play Fair deck. Alright, Holly. Thursday should probably be safe, by the way. I don't know if I actually said anything, but Thursday's probably the best option from my end. I don't think Critical Role comes back on until next week. Oh, Holly, Shomanuchi from YouTube chat says bye. And copy. Alright. Black cards. Dreg Reaver. I th- I almost feel like Dreg Reaver was already kicked to the curb before it even got released, because for a slightly harder cost of 2 black plus 3 in, was it Planar Chaos? No, not Planar Chaos. I think it was Future Sight. Yeah, it was Future Sight. Um, where they gave us the textless vanilla creatures. For 2 black plus 3, they gave us Massive Ghouls, which was, 5 mana for 5/3. And it was a zombie. And so for like half a mana less, turning one of the black mana back into colorless mana, you got down to a 4/3, and it's like, why? No, just don't. This was filler in limited. Just no, pass. Skeletal Cathari. If you're looking into some kind of aristocrat stack, maybe. Um, I think I actually considered this because 5 mana for a 3/2 flyer seems meh. But then it's like black and sack a creature to regenerate it. So let's start off with Drudge Skeletons as a starting point, which I believe was 2 mana for a 1/1 and black to regenerate. So over that you're getting +2/+1 and flying, and the ability to pay black and sack a creature to regenerate. Which sounds like a downgrade, yeah, words. Depending on the kind of deck that you're building, again, aristocrats actually like something like that. They'd rather not have to pay the black mana, but they appreciate an effect like that. So, you're looking at +2 plus. So, I'm going to call the adding of sacking a creature, I'm actually going to call that a wash. So, you're looking at +2/+1 and flying for an extra 3 mana. A 2 a 2/2 flyer in black would be about 3 mana. I mean, even relatively recently, it still entered tapped. So this feels like about the right cost. But you're getting, and you know, we can complain about all we want, but you're looking at a common. B, you're looking at a 3 power creature, which in and of itself is not nothing. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Flying, and I've been known to do this myself. Flying is an ability that regularly gets overlooked. And if I take a quick scan at my commander decks, okay? So, Kozilek control, I think has got I think it's got some flying like Steel Hellkite, but I don't remember it having a lot. My colorless ramp deck, I don't think has got any flying or reach as of yet. When I get a copy of Iron Giant in there, that might be the first card that actually has it. Yomiji, I know I've got some. Value creatures, I think I've got some token generation, but I don't think I have. No, I think I've got like one or two actual flyers in there, and most of the rest of it, any other flying I have is like random token generation from like Battle Screech or like there's like maybe 3 cards. Citadel. Um, Nothing comes to mind that's got flying, which sounds weird considering it's a mono blue deck, but it's nope. I've got like one or two because they've got landfall. My prismatic, my take me down Cantrip City. I know it's actually got a not terrible amount of blue, or alright, not terrible amount of flyers in it. I think it's got like 4 or 5 of them. Ink Eyes, I haven't figured out how to exactly build her yet. Aristocrats, um, again, I think any flyers I have are just a side effect of something else. What was it? Debtors, Debtors Transporter or whatever it was called. It's that like 6 mana 5/3 with Afterlife of 2. Squee Goblin Nabob or a Voltron. I've got a. I don't have any creatures that natively have it. I do have a couple ways of giving flying, like Draconic Destiny. Joven spell triggers. I don't think I've got any flying in there. Dosan, yes. Most of my creatures in there actually do fly because that was part of the premise of the way I built the deck. uh, Basically, it was mono green, uh, playing control, smashing in with flying creatures. Faceless, so elves, I've got a few creatures. I think I've got like 3 or 4. I think I've got 3 or 4 creatures that have got reach. I don't think I've got any that fly. Advisor's Mill. Nothing comes to mind that flies. Dungeons and Parties and Changing Zone My. I think I've got a couple flyers. Not much, but I think I've got a couple. My Yu-Gi-Oh deck. I think once I put Exodia together, aka my Cauldron pieces, I think I got one. I think I've got 1 or 2 others. Possibly, they might possibly be gods. uh, my Flicker slash Reanimate Ramirez deck. Nothing that's nothing that's a. I think 1 or 2 pirates might have flying. Nothing that's got first strike. Yeah, I think I've got a couple of pirates. Olivia Voidar and Steel and Sack. There are some vampires in there. Some of them do fly. My Lady Orca Reanimator deck, I think is a no. Stella, I think is a no. Lady of the Mountain Descanted Fat, I think is a I think is also a no. Lord Magnus Ramp, I think is also no. Torsten, I'm pretty sure I've got a couple that have flying. uh, Ailey, Vadric, don't know as of yet. Lathro, I think this is the same situation as the other elf deck, i.e., I've got a I've got a couple that have got reach. I don't think I've got anything that's got flying. Anax and Cymede, aka Anthrax and Cyanide. I I know I've got at least one. Cassetto, I'm not sure. Probably not. Because that's going to be based around making my stuff unblockable. Tulane Tulane counter spells is nope. There's a couple in there. There's at least Draining Welk comes to mind. Shroom the Hegemon, I'm playing Sphinxes, yes. Lind Curses, I don't believe so. Zera Aryan, there's some because some of them are. I know some of them are like demons and stuff. Zakama Dino Ramp. Uh, Nothing comes to mind that has either reach or flying. Kalia's Angels, yes, has to. Splinter Twin with Riku, I don't believe so. Uh, Life, I think is going to have some because I'm probably going to have some kind of um whatchamacallit, Vampire Nighthawk variants in there. Narset, I don't believe so. Nothing comes to mind. Oh, no, maybe. Because I might be able to squeeze in, like. There's a couple of ways of getting extra turns that give you flying tokens. So maybe. Volrath, I'd have to look to see how it turns out. Yidris, um, again, I'd have to see how it turns out. Vile Smasher slash Sadarkonda, 4-color non-blue control. Um, Probably gonna actually have some because I can see a card like Blazing Archon making it in. Um, Kanaios and Tiro Mellitus. Um, I again, I'd have to see how that turns out. The non-red uh opponent cast triggers one that's basically based around hidden lurking opal veiled creatures I should say enchantments. Some of them turn into flyers or creatures that have got reach, so I can see that. Crom slash Ravos taxing, yes, some of that's going to be because you're going to have. I'm probably likely to have Windborn Muse to tax attacks. And I know there's going to be some like Thalia variants that turn around and that fly. Uh, Prismatic Bridge, Essica slash Prismatic Bridge. Animals, yes, there's some. Uh, is it common life gain? No. I'm pretty sure there's none in there. Sharoom Mill, I'm pretty sure I'm safe there. Or, sorry, I'm pretty sure I don't have anything there. Darien, Mono White Burn, probably not. And Rasad, Toughness matters. I probably have a couple in there, but yeah, I would say that out of this, maybe without going back through and counting, I would say maybe a third of them have got some kind of defense against flying. Against flying, because I didn't count them and I probably should have. I'd say probably a third of them have got some kind of defense against flying, which means like 2/3 of them don't. So sure, 5 mana for a 3 power flyer. All of that to get back to this. 5 mana for a 3 power flyer. This is going to get through against a lot of decks quite often. Demon's Herald. Demon's Herald, you're going to take out Prince of Thralls. Prince of Thralls, whenever a permanent an opponent controls is put in a graveyard, put that card into play under your control unless that opponent pays 3 life. For an 8 mana 7/7. You are looking at what I remember to be the first time we hit Turgid's ability, basically. And it was on a 3-color, 8 mana creature. We've eventually seen this. Was it? No, it's not ours. It That Betrays. Which I think was a 12-drop in between. But yeah, this is the first time I remember seeing an ability that says, "Oh, your creature died? Give it to me." Unless you count, unless you can't like specific auras, like false demise. But as for like a regular consistent triggered ability, that's the first time I think I remember seeing it. And yeah, I don't mind having this show up later. This is a this is an ability that I'm okay with having show up later compared to some of these other heralds. um I'm okay with this showing up later. And you're looking to sacrifice a blue creature and a red creature. Sacrificing a black creature, you're generally going to sacrifice the herald itself. This might be one where you actually want to sacrifice a separate creature instead. Blue creatures, um, I can't think of a lot of blue creatures off the top of my head. To be fair, I'd have to go looking that I would want to sacrifice. Red might be a bit easier because you do get like goblin tokens, for example, is pretty easy. You know, you have like a couple of cards like Goblin Fodder or Goblin Offensive or something of that nature showing up. But this is the sort of thing where I'm okay having it show up later. The other problem with the heralds is making sure they enter and can do their thing before you draw what they can search up. And, you know, when you're playing a 60 card 4 of format, kitchen table or not, when you're playing a 60 card 4 of format, you have 4 copies of Prince of Thralls. No big deal. You end up drawing out a 1. Okay, fine. Don't care. I'll sack and I'll grab another one. When you're playing Commander, if you draw your Prince of Thralls first, your Demon's Herald, you have to find a way to get your Prince back into your deck. Now that being said, you are playing blue and you are playing red. There are cards like Sea Beyond and um what was it called? Fire. I can't remember what it's called, but it's I think it's post COVID, and it's like I want to say it's like 2 mana for 3 damage, and it's a sorcery, and as part of its ability, you can shuffle a card back in your you shuffle a card back in your deck, and if you do, draw a card. Uh, Fire Prophecy. Oh, it was an instant. Was an instant. Okay. Yeah, you may put a card from your hand on the bottom of your library if you do draw a card. This is the card. Yeah. So there's another card that does something similar that came out recently. So you do get some ability to manipulate. If you do happen to draw into it, because you are playing red and blue, you do get some ability to put the card back. Brainstorm and the creatures that have Brainstorm as a common play ability, or other variants thereof. So, Demon's Herald, probably one of the safer heralds to actually run. Because if you do end up accidentally drawing your Prince of Thralls, you can get it back into your deck. Shadow Feed, just, I wouldn't bother. One black instant, exile target card from a graveyard, gain 3 life. In a competitive format, competitive 60 card format, sure, maybe I can see that. Commander format, nah, dude, no, just there's that one with escape. Cling to Dust. Exile target card from a graveyard. If it was a creature card, gain 3 life. Otherwise, draw a card. And it has escape. Much better. You know, it's to be fair, it's roughly the same. It's approximately the same card, but you either gain life or you're drawing a card, one or the other. But it has escape, so you can use it over and over and over again. Um, yeah, if I'm looking for an effect like Shadow Feed, you run Cling to Dust first. Archdemon of Unks. Unks, unks, unks. 7 mana for a 6/6 flying trample. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a non-zombie creature. Then create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. So, I will point out the creation of the zombie is not, it doesn't rely on you sacrificing a non-zombie. If you somehow have no non-zombies to sacrifice, you still make the zombie. So, if you take the Archdemon of Unks, 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 Unks. Okay, I'll stop. If you take the Archdemon of Unks and you put a, oh, what do you call it? If you equip him with a Rune Stalactite, he now has all creature types, which means he's now a zombie. You're still going to make your 2/2 zombies. See, if you somehow control no non-zombie creatures when the triggered ability dissolves, you won't have to sacrifice anything. You'll still get a zombie token. Cool. So make this into a zombie somehow. Rune Stalactite works. Masculine Nexus works. Conspiracy naming zombie works. You know, any way, shape, or form to make him into a zombie, enjoy. And he's a 6/6 flying trample for 7, which is still, like a 6/6 flample is pretty good. And the ability to just keep churning out 2/2 zombies. Like, you could throw this into a zombie deck and force him into being a zombie and just keep generating more zombies every turn for, no problem. Onyx Goblet. I didn't like the white one. I didn't like the white one. I can't remember what it's called. Oh, yeah, Marble Chalice. Yeah, I didn't like the Marble Chalice just because it's so easy to gain life. Um, it's so easy for white to gain life as an, as a simple tap ability with something. And you don't even need white to do it. You can use cards like Fountain of Youth and the variants thereof. Onyx Goblet, a little more difficult. This would be the first thing I would be mentally comparing this to is Rod of Ruin, which is 4 to cast, 3 tap, 1 damage to any target. So 1 less mana and no mana on the activation cost, which is, a fair savings, but it only hits players. But it's also life loss, not damage, which is a lot harder to prevent against. So, is this worth it? I would say this is much more worth it than the Marble Chalices by a long shot. I'm still not sure I would call this good enough. I'm not sure I would call the because the biggest problem with a card like Onyx Goblet and the big problem with a lot of cards in Magic is for a little more you can get this. And to be fair, this isn't just Magic. This also happens a lot when you're trying to put stuff together for, I don't know, a new computer, let's say. or you're looking at upgrading your stereo system, or you want to buy parts for a car, or even if you're grocery shopping, you know, well, if I spend a little bit more, I can get this instead. Grocery shopping, if I take a look at something that's, I don't know, $3 and it's no name, and I take a look and right beside it, it's like, but here's a name brand. It's about the same size for $3.50. I go to spend the extra 50 cents and get the name brand. If I'm looking at something that's $3 and I can get like 50% more or better for say $4, I'll spend that, I'll spend that extra dollar. If I'm looking at Magic singles and I see, well, let's just go back to a card I mentioned earlier, Little Inventor. Let's see what happens with the fancy one. Okay, you don't give me an option. All right. So, if you're going to an LGS, and as I mentioned before, it's not unheard of for commons to be a quarter at an LGS and uncommons to be 50 cents, and then rares a dollar. And up obviously depends on, depending on the card. If you've got a rare or mythic that's worth like $15, they're not going to charge you a dollar. It's just that's their minimum price. But if I go to my LGS and Little Inventor's 14 cents, they're going to charge minimum 50 cents. The foil is 26 cents. They're still going to charge minimum 50 cents. At that point, since I'm paying the same price for regular versus foil, I'll just turn around and get the foil. If I'm looking at oh, sure. That's not the one I was going to go for, but okay. Shieldred Whispering one. The pre-release promo from New Phyrexia is $15.10. The non-promo, actually no, that's a bad example. Let's see what happens here. Let's go with the list. Do you? Nope. Secret lair drop? No, I'm gonna skip that. How about Jumpstart? Do you do anything? Alright, fine. Let's try this. No! Won't you give me an option for foil? Oh, that's why. Alright, fine, be that way. Apocalypse. Alright, view all prints. Alright. There we go. Shieldred the Apocalypse. 80-25 regular. For an extra roughly $4.50, you can get the foil. when you're looking at a card that's around $80, less than $5 difference to go from regular to foil is not that big a deal. So if the price difference between regular and foil is, I pulled shield, and I wonder how many people hate you for that. Uh, if the price difference between regular and foil is not that much relative to the price of the card, I'll pay the extra little bit and I'll get the foil. Same with if there's an alternate art. Actually, if I go back to Shieldred, you know, I could get yeah, it's I mean, I personally would like to have I mean, I might want that one or like the one that's actually in Phyrexian. Where are you here? There, this one here. Which again is like $4.50 difference. But yeah, if there's not much price difference between, you know, between X and a improved version of X, then I'm willing to spend that extra little bit. But at what point do you stop? Because you can go, well, if you spend a little bit more, you can get this one. But if you spend a little bit more than that, you can get this one. But if you spend a little bit more than that, you can get that. At some point, you have to stop. Um, that's really true when you're looking at computer stuff as well, because PCPartPicker.com. Let's just go with something that's Zen 5 at a convenience, just so that we've got something simple. Okay, so without going in a too, without going too deep down the rabbit hole, there we go. So you could start off here with a 9900X, which is $390. For a bit more, you get the 9800X 3D. For about $80 more, you get the 9950X. For an extra $20, you get the 99. And it's like it's very easy to just keep going down this rabbit hole. Now these numbers might be a bit bigger than what we want. Let's see if we can do something a little more reasonable with Ryzen 4. Or Zen 4 rather. There we go. This is more reasonable. In terms of like the kind of spread that I'm looking at. You start off with a $150 CPU. For a little bit more, you can get this one. For a little bit more, you can get this one. For a little bit more, you can get this one. For a little bit more, you can get this one. Within a $50 span, you've got 5 different CPUs. You know, starting at 250, you've got this 250 to 300. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one gets you to 310. But if you go a little bit more than the 310, you can get, to 315, you can get this one, etc., etc., etc. So, God damn it. Pardon me. So, where does that relate back to this? I know, right? So, where does this relate back to this? Magic's got the same problem from two different directions. One, dollar value, which is what we were just looking at. But two, the mana. Now, remember, if you go back here, if you scroll back down to my Shroom Mill deck, I went with Trusty Pack Beast, and for one extra mana, I could have the exact same card with flying as an artifact creature, which I could also bring back. In fact, if I went with Sanctum Gargoyle, I could use Remember the Fallen to bring back both the Sanctum Gargoyle and the Mindslaver. Or the Sanctum Gargoyle and Archaeomender, Mender, or whatever. And so it's like, okay, at what point are you, you know, and that's just for one additional mana. Is it worth it spending the additional mana to do that? I went with the 1 mana savings just because at that point I didn't think it was worth spending the extra mana to basically get what essentially was the same card. And I didn't think the flying made enough of a difference. Am I wrong? I could very well be. But then, at one point, at what point do you stop? Staff of Nin is the first thing that was going through my head to compare the Onyx Goblet to. It's 3 extra mana with a almost identical ability that lets you ping anything or anyone, but gives you an additional card draw every turn. So you're spending 3 extra mana, but drawing an extra card every turn with no additional investment required. And going back to the Rod of Ruin example, the ability to ping not just players, but also creatures, battles, etc., etc. Is this worth putting? Is this worth, like, do you play Onyx Goblet, or do you spend the extra 3 mana and run Staff of Nin instead? I think Onyx Goblet is a hard sell, but it's an easier sell than the Marble Chalice by a long shot. Tarfiend! Even if there's a Torpor Orb in play, I am not unhappy with Tarfiend. It seemed kind of meh to me at first back in the day. But if you look at it, it's a 6 mana 4/4 with Devour 2, which means as it comes into play, and keep in mind Torpor Orb only stops triggered abilities. This is not a triggered ability. As it enters, you can sacrifice any number of creatures that you control, and then this enters with a +1 counter on it for each creature it ate. Or sorry, actually it's got Devour 2, so it gets 2 counters. So, this eats 1 creature. This enters as a 6/6. That's all it takes for it to be a vaguely reasonable creature. Is one other creature to be in play on your side that you're willing to sacrifice to it. This is when you kind of want to build something that's vaguely aristocracy, but you don't want to go hardcore aristocrats. This is, I want something that feels kind of like it, but I don't want to go like too deep into that pain. I want some ability to sacrifice my own creatures, and I already have some creatures in there that I'm willing to sacrifice anyway. Dusk Legion Zealot would probably be a perfectly fine example. Because Dusk Legion Zealot, you pay 2 mana for a 1/1, comes into play, draws a card, lose a life. Okay. No big deal. After it's been out for a couple of turns, you sacrifice it to a Tarfiend. Tarfiend coming into play and be like, because I don't have any use for the Zealot anymore. It's already done its job. I'll lead it. Make this into a 2/2. Or, sorry, give this +2/+2. And then it's got a triggered ability that kicks in when it enters. So keep in mind, Devour is as it enters. And then it's got a when it enters ability. So the Devour is going to change how it enters. It's going to enter as a 4/4 with twice some number of counters on it. And then the when it enters ability will get a chance to trigger and go, by the way, I ate 3 creatures. Who do I want to make discard 3 cards? And again, I'm perfectly fine with it being, being hit by Torpor Orb and just being, oh look, I devoured 3 creatures. Cool. I'm a 10/10 that costs 6. This is also perfectly fine if you're looking for like a reanimator deck. Because this can be like this fun medium between something that comes into play and, is sufficiently big. And something that comes into play and allows you to get stuff out of your hand because it does say target player discards a card. Well, so if you devour, let's say, 2 creatures, it's a 6 mana 8/8. Okay, cool. Target player will then discard 2 cards. Well, you target yourself with that ability. Go, hey, by the way, I'm going to put this in the graveyard, put this in the graveyard. By the way, one of the cards I put in my graveyard is Unburial Rites. And like, oh, great. So next turn, pay 4 mana, reanimate something else. No big deal. It's fine. It's fine. So yeah, I can see multiple. I can actually see multiple uses for it. Blister Beetle. Speaking of stuff for um, stuff that you want to die. Well, I shouldn't say stuff that you want to die, but stuff that like, you know, you're looking at a cheap creature that is comes into play, does its thing, and then it's just a warm body. Blister Beetle is one of them. It comes into play, it shrinks a thing, potentially killing something small. And then suddenly it's like, okay, it's 2 mana 1/1. Again, the sort of thing that you can sacrifice to an aristocrat style deck, Tarfiend, stuff like that. Which is exactly the reason why it's in the set. And you're like, okay, fine. And it's small enough that, there's ways to bring it back with stuff like Unearth. Come into play, come into play, ping, shrink a thing by 1/1. Sacrifice it to some effect, cast Unearth, bring it back, shrink a thing by 1/1. Could be the same thing, could be a different thing. That might end up killing a thing. That could end up killing 2 things, depending on what you're dealing with. Eh. Glaze Fiend. A lot of cards that do this sort of thing, I'm less enthralled with. I'm less happy with. But it's a 2 mana 0/1 flyer, which sounds really meh. Whenever another artifact you control enters, this gets +2/+2 till end of turn. It is so easy to create extra artifacts. So easy to create extra artifacts. So, you have like the first 2 that come to my head as enters abilities are Precursor Golem, which I think is if I remember correctly, it's like a 5 mana 3/3 that comes into play, makes 2 more 3/3s. But anything that targets one golem targets all golems, which also means that any removal spell that kills one will kill all of them. And then there's Mirror Battlesphere, which is a 7 mana 4/7 that comes into play and makes 4/1/1 mirror tokens. And again, flying doesn't get nearly enough attention, in my opinion, in Commander. You've also got stuff like Capitoline. Was it Capitoline Triad was one of them? Capitoline Triad. No, you're not an artifact creature. I don't know why I think you're an artifact creature. um, there's Triplicate Titan. There's Triplicate Titan. There's Wormcoil Engine. There's that smaller Wormcoil Engine. Wormcoil Larva. Wormcoil Engine, Wormcoil Larva. There's and those are things that when they die, same with the Triplicate Titan, when they die, they split up into like fragments of themselves, which are also artifact creatures. Wormcoil Engine and Wormcoil Larva both turn around and split into two parts. The engine splits into a 3/3 Death Touch and a 3/3 Lifelink. The larva splits into from a 3/3 Death Touch Lifelink into a 1/2 I a 1/2 and a 2/1. One's got Death Touch and one's got Lifelink. And the Triplicate Titan is a 9/9. I think it's Vigilance, Trample, and what was it? Vigilance, Trample, and Reach or something like that? No, Vigilance, Trample, and Flying, I think. And then when it dies, it splits into a 3/3 that's got Vigilance, a 3/3 that's got Trample. The same idea as the Wormcoils. If you add green to, well, no, I was gonna say if you add green to the mix, you get your what do you call it? Road Spineworm, but that's not an artifact creature. But just there's enough ways to spit out additional artifacts. And I hold on. Oh, that's hilarious. Whenever you make a Necron token, they're Necron warriors, and they're artifact creatures. Daleks are artifact creatures. So there's a few ways to make artifact creatures A in black. Oh, what's fabricate ID equal black? Yeah. There's there's 5 cards that I got fabricate. So yeah, if you're playing with Glaze Fiend, It's actually pretty easy. Like if you look at Weaponcraft Enthusiast, for example. Sure, it's only a creature, it's not an artifact creature, but it comes into play and makes 2 servos, which is the option you're going to want here. Or the Marionette Apprentice, same idea, you make 1. But if you go with the Enthusiast, you're going to get 2, which means this is going to be 2, 4. So this is going to swing for 4 in the air on that turn. Playing an artifact land. Playing your mana rocks. This is going to be able to deal a lot of damage fairly easily if you're building around the... Again, this is one of those cards that you don't necessarily have to build your deck around it, but you have to build your deck knowing that it's in there. Viscera Dragger. Viscera Dragger is kind of like there's a few different ways to play this. I don't generally like it's what I see here. I see a 4-mana creature. I see a 4-mana 3/3. That in a pinch I can cycle for 2. And regardless of whether he was in play or not before, I can pay 2 mana later to have a 3/3 that to basically flash back a 3/3 that lasts a single turn. So 4 mana that when it dies I can pay 2 mana to get one last hurrah out of it. Or a card that I can cycle for 2 that later I can pay 2 mana to do the same thing. This feels like it wants to go into a deck that plays like... You can put this in an Aristocrats build and get the 2-use, the 2-use creature out of it. Along the lines of, Doom Traveler, etc. Or you can put this into like a Dredge style deck where realistically you're more, this is more likely to be pay 2 to cycle it, pay 2 later to unearth it, so you've got a body in play that you can sacrifice to Dredge Return or some other effect. So, yeah, this has options. I don't think most decks will care about it, but some definitely will. Bane Wasp Affliction. When an enchanted creature dies, that creature loses life equal to its toughness. So, the the thing you've got to keep in mind about Bane Wasp Affliction, and especially with Lorwyn Eclipsed coming out soon, what you've got to keep in mind is if the creature dies because its toughness was reduced to 0 or less, its controller is not going to lose life. If you have a 5/5 creature in play, there's a 5/5 dragon. Let's say this person controls it. There we go. 5/5 dragon in play. You cast Bane Wasp Affliction on. If somebody does an effect like Black Sun Zenith for 10, then that creature is going to die, and Bane of Wasp Affliction is going to go, hey, get to deal damage now. How much damage did you? Let's do some math. Uh, well, if it's less than one, the rules basically say treat it as 0. Oh, okay, so you don't do anything. Yeah, I guess not. Sorry. But if somebody goes Damnation or Wrath of God or something, or even um, ch- uh, Chain Reaction. Sorry, drawing a blank on names right now. And cool. Hey, I get to deal damage now because the creature died. Okay, how much damage is she dealing? Uh, it was a 5/5, so I get to deal 5. We. So, for the foreseeable future, i.e., with Lorwyn Eclipse coming out, I would probably rate this lower than I would otherwise. If it wasn't because Lorwyn Eclipse has got cards with an ability called Blight. uh, oh, that's cute. Let's see if I can find the card I'm thinking of. Oh, that's cute. High Perfect Morkant. Whenever she or another elf you control enters, each opponent blights 1. And to blight, you're putting a -1 counter on each creature you control. So if each opponent has to do that, they're putting a -1 counter on all their creatures. I hear that's slightly dangerous. And then, of course, tap 3 untapped elves you control to proliferate. Activate only as a sorcery. Of course. Of course. But yeah, with stuff like that coming out, Bane of Wasp Affliction, I I would I'd pull that back a little bit in terms of playability compared to what I would say otherwise. Um, because there's going to be more -1 counters floating around than you would expect. In a typical scenario. That being said, um, -1 counters aren't common. So I think the most likely time you're going to see -1 counters are either when somebody's playing with Infect, which happens occasionally, but I wouldn't say often, or when somebody's playing with Persist, which I think would be a little more frequent because you get cards like Cauldron of Souls. Which is a great card for making sure, you know, your stuff your stuff tries to die, but it comes back. And then, ways to eat counters and whatnot and such. Um, yeah, I think those are likely to be your most common ways to see -1 counters actually show up in general. Even after Lorwyn Eclipse has been out for a while, you'll see some Blight and similar stuff. But apart from that, it's going to be like effects like that and like the very occasional other situation like um uh Black Sun Zenith and whatnot. So once things settle down, this I think most people are still going to play cards like Murder and Terminate and God damn it, Get Lost and stuff of that nature. That being said, the other part of the problem is when enchanted creature dies. If there's a replacement effect like Rest in Peace or Leyline of the Void in play, dies specifically means it's put into the graveyard from the battlefield. If it gets replaced with getting exiled, it never makes it into the graveyard. If somebody goes, instead of casting Get Lost, they go Swords Plowshares. There's no, it's exiled. Or maybe I should say Path Exile. Or Unmake. It's exiled. It never hits the graveyard. If it's removed by any means other than destroying it or forcing somebody to sacrifice it, if it doesn't go to the graveyard, it doesn't die. So, much less useful. Scavenger Drake. Are you playing in an aristocrat? Question 1. Are you playing an aristocrat stack of some description? Question number 2. Are you playing some version of, are you playing a reasonable amount of removal that's able to keep your own creatures alive? Or you're still able to keep your own creatures alive? Yeah. If you're playing, I don't know, I have a creature with Death Touch and Viridian Longbow. Ping, kill that. Ping, kill that. Ping, kill that. Your creatures tend to be relatively big and or have Death Touch. And the funny thing is, whenever another creature dies, it doesn't have to be a creature you control. You don't have to be involved at all. You make this indestructible somehow. Throw Darksteel Plate on it. Which, yes, I'm aware. Normally you want to throw that on your general. But throw Darksteel Plate on a Scavenger Drake. And watch your opponent just go, oh. Or find a way to keep it able to regenerate. Because people don't play with regeneration enough these days. Yeah, Scavenger Drake is going to be really good. red cards, Incurable Ogre, I'm seeing a 4 mana, 5 power creature with no abilities. I would go with a slightly, unless I specifically want something that's 5 power or greater. Like, I'm building a deck based on Naya itself, as in the plane of Naya. Um, if I'm building based on that, or I'm basing around something like Pandemonium, or something of that nature, most of the time I would go with a slightly less, a creature with slightly less powerful, uh, a creature with slightly less power and more toughness. Okay. Uh, oh yeah. And so Craven Hulk can't block alone. It's a 4/4. Flummox Cyclops 4 4/4 with reach. Basically, can't block if your opponents are attacking with more than one creature. Hot-headed giant 4/4 with haste enters with 2/1 counters on it unless you played another red spell this turn. That's not hard. Olaghai Crusher 4/4 trample can't block unless you control a goblin or orc. It's a 4/4 trample. Why are you blocking? Rampaging Cyclops. Ignore you. And then 3 guys that transform. The Tavern Ruffian is a 2/5 that can transform into a 6/5. The Tormented Pariah is a 3/2 that transforms into a 6/4. And then the Weary Prisoner is a 2/6 defender that transforms into a 6/6. Like I'm taking a look and I'm going, I would play that. I would play that. I could probably get away with that. I could play that. Like there's at least 3 cards here that I would play before hitting the Incurable Ogre. And those are commons. Blood Power Elemental. Similar problem. You're looking at 5 mana 4/1 as opposed to a 4 mana 5/1. That you can sack to deal 4 damage to target creature. The only reason to play this over a 4 mana burn spell, because it's probably not going to survive as a creature being a 4/1. You attack or block once and it's dead. This is basically a burn spell that, this is a burn spell. This is a burn spell that can't be negated. That is the reason to play this, is because it bypasses cards like negate. you are looking at because it's a creature. You are looking at because it's a thing that you can get back. You know, you can potentially get this back regularly if you've got a way to do like regular reanimation. Is it Hell's Caretaker I'm thinking of? Yeah. So if you've got something like Hell's Caretaker and a way to spit out tokens, let's say, um, every turn, you can sack the tokens or creatures that can bring themselves back. Um, Gravecrawler comes to mind. Then you can use that and Blood Pyro Elemental and just slowly eat opponent's creatures. So it's doable. Maybe you throw this into a deck that's got your Stuffy Doll and your Bash Taunter and shenanigans like that, and you cross it with a Reanimator deck. So you can just keep pinging somebody for 4 every turn. Maybe. Dragon's Herald. Again, you're looking at black, red, and green here. Getting cards back into your deck is not easy. But you're playing red, you've got some ability to do that. In black, what you'd end up having to do is like discard the card and then use some other effect to shuffle it back into your library. But Hellkite Overlord, or as it was nicknamed, HKO, very much worth playing. Again, in Vintage, it was a big deal. Even if you had no mana open for whatever reason, you oath it up on turn 2 or turn 3. It's an 8/8 flying trample haste. It's going to be able to attack the turn it comes into play. It's going to swing through for damage, even if your opponent's blocking with like a Chroma Angel of Wrath. That's going to absorb 6 of it. You're still going to hit your opponent for 2. And a Chroma, I don't believe, had lifelink. No, she did not. Flying, first strike, vigilance, trample, haste, protection from black, protection from red. No lifelink. So you're going to be able to get through for damage quite often. So yeah, Dragon's Herald, probably the best. Probably the best Herald for Commander. Volcanic Submersion? No. You've got Pillage at you've got Pillage at 3, you've got Demolish at 4. Sort by mana value. Price of Freedom is now out in. Price of Freedom is now out in Avatar. Oh, they get a basic land instead, but you draw a card to replace it. Fire of Orthanc, which is Demolish with what's it called? With it's basically Demolish plus Falter. Icefall, love Icefall. One more than Pillage, but it's got Recover, which means you can keep getting it back when your creatures die, as long as you've got double red to do it. Smashing Success. If you blow up Smashing Success is a instant version of Demolish. And if you blow up an artifact, you get a treasure. Stingmoggy. If you can keep getting counters on Stingmoggy, then you can start paying mana and removing those counters. And again, this being a creature that does it, it means it bypasses Negate and other similar cards. I.e., stuff that specifically cares about non-creature spells. Sunder from Within. I mean, I guess if you have to, but I wouldn't. Violent Impact is Demolish Recycling. Wreak Havoc is requires 2 colors, but can't be countered. Then you got Plunder, Victorious Destruction, and Volcanic Submersion. Volcanic Submersion, the one we're talking about. Plunder, the reason I play Plunder is because it suspends. So you can pay 2 mana now, and then in 4 turns, when it goes off, you get to blow up a thing. Or, because it's got Suspend, means it deals with time counters, you can do time counter shenanigans. Victorious Destruction. The only reason I play Victorious Destruction is making somebody lose life. I will point out, it's life loss, it's not damage. This is a red card. Red normally deals damage. If you are looking to do, a pillage type effect, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I see 10 that I'd be comfortable playing out of 13. Volcanic Submersion, not one of them. Bloodthorn Taunter. Nah, dog. Even if you're basing around this ability, there are better ways to give your creatures haste. Until end of turn. Mana value less than... Let's go mana value less than 3. Sort by cooler. So, Axguard Cavalry. 2 mana 2/2. Tap, target creature gains haste till end of turn. Bloodlust Inciter. 1 mana 1/1. Tap, target creature gains haste till end of turn. Is there a reason to play the Bloodthorn Taunter instead? Goblin Motivator is another Inciter. Raccoon Rallier is almost another Axguard Cavalry. Racecore's Fury enchants your land to do the same thing. Taxi Driver is, you know, your 3/1 that does it. And then you got 3 different lands that can pull it off. Flamekin Village does not... Oh, no, Flamekin Village does exist. Okay. Actually, if you all Prince. Did you exist before Commander? You did not exist before Commander. Flamekin Village lets you pay red to tap, target creature gains haste till end of turn. Hammer Battlements does the same thing, then can turn around and become the township. And Amonkhet Raceway, when you hit max speed, you can go tap, target creature gains haste till end of turn. So, yeah, the Bloodthorn Taunter, I'd probably start off with the 1-drops, and there are some 2-drops that I'd also throw in instead. Scourge Devil. 5 mana for a 3/3. When it enters, creatures you control get +1/+0 till end of turn. Normally I would say play Flamekin Zealot first, because Flamekin Zealot is huge. Except it's Boros. But +1/+1 and haste is kind of a lot. But this also makes up... well, yeah. So, Flamekin Zealot, you are putting into a deck that obviously runs at least red-white. Scourge Devil, you don't need the white. But it's also got Unearth, which means if it's in your graveyard, you can pay mana and bring it back for one last hurrah, which could be enough. I don't know if this is enough. I think I would probably most times... I think most of the time I would rather run a, a Burn Bright style effect. I'm drawing a blank on the generic, the more generic card that does it. Oh, Burn Bright works. 3 mana, instant creatures you control get +2/+0 till end of turn. I would rather play that. So, but this, again, this is a creature with it as a command and play ability. So, it can be flickered, etc., and you can get it regularly. But, I mean... I don't know. I can see uses for it. If you're... Of course, the funny thing is, if you're playing Devil Tribal, you might want this just to go, hey, by the way, I attack with a bunch. Oh, you're blocking these guys. Well, these all go pop, which means they pop in your face, and you take how much extra damage now? Enjoy. I will be right back. I need to. I need to go do the thing.
Hello? Ah, son of a brisket. Hello? Okay, I got it. Apparently, I have a bad habit of not only turning off my volume on OBS, but also on my headset. Oops. Like, both at the same time. So I have to turn two things back on instead of just one. Shrug. Hey, Ridge ran it. Honestly, Ridge ran it runs into the same kind of problem as Yoked Plow Beast. They're they're both rather mad creatures that are being charged extra just because they cycle. And so, unless you're basically doing like the modern living end kind of thing and putting it over into Commander, i.e., here's a bunch of creatures that have got cycling. You cycle them, then you use an effect like Living End, or, well, in this case, you could get actually Living Death, and reanimate all of them at the same time. You know, unless you're doing that, I wouldn't bother. That's probably the only place I could actually see it making sense. Otherwise, the only other way I see it possibly being vaguely playable in that context is, you know, pay two, pay 2 mana, draw a card. Oh, okay. See you, Shomanuki. By the way, or Shomanuchi. By the way, don't be surprised if I accidentally call you uh, Shiranui instead, because for some reason or other, my brain suddenly got the archetype from Yu-Gi-Oh going into my head. uh, Shira. Whoops. Sheer. I don't know why. Open image, a new tab. But Shiranui is an archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh! And my brain is going to remember that better than your actual name. So, uh, my brain is a weird thing sometimes. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Anyway, good night, Shimonuchi. But yeah, Ridge ran it. I like, even if you're looking at as as a card in a red deck that's like pay 2 mana and draw a card, discard it and draw a card. Why? Like, you at that point you might as well play cards that will actually get you ahead in card. Well, you might as well play cards that will like thrill a possibility where you discard an extra card, but now you get to draw 2 cards. Or, you're 1 mana away from actually,
Yeah, you're 1 mana away from Wheel of Fortune and similar effects. Um, you're halfway to what's the 5 mana one? Not Reversal of Fortune. Um, Reforge the Soul. Like if you're just doing it to draw, you know, if you're just doing it to draw an additional card, there's better options. There's so many better options. um, Mishra's Bauble and other baubles come to mind. Like just there's other stuff you can play, and then there's stuff that's got cycling that's worth playing even without its cycling cost. Rock Slide Elemental. Rock Slide Elemental, this is basically like Scavenger Drake. Whenever another creature dies, you may put a +1 counter on this. Whenever another creature dies, you may put a +1 counter on this. But this is a 3 mana 1/1 with First Strike as opposed to a 4 mana 1/1 with Flying. Whenever another creature dies, like the a good well, I won't say a good starting point, but a not unreasonable starting point is your various Spark Elemental, Ball Lightning, Skizzic style creatures that all come into play, live for a turn, and then die. Red's also got, well, popularly, it has removal spells in terms of stuff that deals damage. It does, however, have a decent number of cards that can actually destroy creatures outright. Plus, the fact that it's got First Strike means it's going to do really well in combat because it's going to kill something, like this, followed by a pump spell or a burn spell that almost kills a thing, or a few other options. Then you've got the possibility of building a mono red reanimator deck. Then you've got, I don't know, Splinter Twin variants. Let me just pull up my Splinter Twin deck real quick. Where are you? Teamer Splinter Twin. Visual spoiler. You exile the token. Kiki Jiki sacrifices it. Fable of the Mirror Breaker sacrifices it. Feldon of the Third Pass sacrifices. Ortheon sacrifices. And Jax's sacrifices. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 cards there. There's 5 cards there that simply turn around and go, hey, by the way, sacrifice these tokens at end of turn. Oh, actually, Control Shift T. Untapping. Zealous Conscript. Coercive Recruiter. Uh, Battered Golem. All technically work. So there's three options there for stuff that can, for combo shenanigans. Plus, even when you got the ones that say X out the end of turn, you still have sack outlets. You still have, at the worst, cards like Phyrexian Altar and Ashnod's Altar and similar cards. You've got Thermopod that allows you, I believe Thermopod is sack a creature for red? Yeah, sack a creature for red. So, you could build something vaguely resembling a mono red Splinter Twin deck. Or at least have a Splinter Twin, uh, like, like secondary or tertiary, like plan A, plan B, plan C. You could conceivably have that as like a plan C. And have Rock Slide Elemental sit there and go, oh, hey, by the way, I suddenly become really big. Wait, what? I suddenly become really big. Oh, crap. And then, I don't know, fling it at somebody. You have options. Thunder Thrash Outer. 3 mana for 1/1 with Devour 3. So, if it eats one creature, it's a 3 mana 4/4. If it eats 2, it's a 3 mana 7/7. Now, it doesn't do anything once it's devoured things. But I'm kind of fine with that. Like, this is the kind of card I would be perfectly happy putting into a deck that ran Torpor Orb. Because this is a as it enters the battlefield, not a when it enters. So it wouldn't care. And so suddenly I have this, this cheap, ginormous creature. And then, of course, if you got stuff that's got dice triggers, Torpor Orb doesn't care about those either. So I could see a way to, and again, this is one of those cards that you don't build around it, but you build keeping in mind that it's in your list. Exuberant Firestoker. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the where was it here? The Sunseed Nurturer. It's a 3 mana 1/1 that taps for colorless. At the end of your turn, if you control creature power 5 or greater, you may gain 2 life. So with enough big creatures, it's going to gain you life on a regular basis. Exuberant Firestoker. 3 mana 1/1. Taps for colorless. At the beginning of your end step, if you control creature power 5 or greater, you may have this creature deal 2 damage to target player or planeswalker. I feel like maybe this should be in my Squee Goblin Nabob Auras deck. Just because it's not unreasonable for Squee to get to 5 power. Nor would it be difficult for me to throw an aura on one of my other random creatures and suddenly it's a 5/5. And suddenly I am pinging players and or Planeswalkers with it. So I'm going to make a note of that. Exuberant Fire Stoker. Because I have my Squee deck here. Now, Squee himself is only a 1-1. Only. Doesn't need to be any bigger. What will give him power in and of itself? Draconic Destiny, Escape Velocity, Undying Rage, Convenient Target. So there's 4. Ulamog's Big Onslaught. Champion of the Flame possibly only needs a single aura. Serang Golem needs a single aura that does anything. Claws of Valakut, Granite Grip, Thunderous Might are all going to give, realistically, by the time I can cast my general, probably at least 3 power. Eldrazi Conscription, Super State are going to make my creatures big regardless. Curse of Stock Prague counters. Fearsome Temper plus 2 power. Frenzied Rage plus 2 power. Goblin Warpaint plus 2 power. Lightning Talons plus 3 power. Madcap Skills plus 3 power. Shiz Embrace plus 2 power. Spiteful Motives plus 3 power. Taste for Mayhem plus 2 or possibly plus 4. Valve Lightning plus 2 power. And Telenalius Crown plus 3 power. So I think it not unreasonably requires only at most 2 auras on Squee for the Firestoker to be able to deal 2 damage. You know, to be able to go, hey, by the way, take 2. Hey, by the way, take 2. Hey, by the way, take 2. Like every turn. I think that's a reasonable ask. And it's kind of also a mana rock. So, if it's relatively easy for you to end up with a 5 power creature, because keep in mind, if you get Firestoker on 3, regardless of what else you've got going on, and this is the earliest you could get it, and obviously if it's later in the game you're going to have more mana. But if you have them on 3, that means you've got 4 mana on turn 4, at least. Possibly 5. But realistically, we'll say 4 mana on 4. Because maybe you don't hit your 4th land drop. At which point, having a 5 power creature should be fairly easy. Especially since this triggers at end of turn. Not the beginning of your, not the beginning of your upkeep or beginning of your first pre-combat main phase, or however they word it these days. End of turn. which even means that if you've got something like Ball Lightning in play, you can stack your triggers so that put Ball Lightning on the stack first, then Exuberant Firestoker. Firestoker resolves, sees the Ball Lightning is still around, lets you deal the 2 damage, then you sack Ball Lightning. Yeah. So, yeah, reasonable. Uh, Caldera Hellion. This one's funny because this one actually wants you to eat stuff. 5 mana for a 3/3 with Devour 1. When it enters, deals 3 damage to each creature. If you don't devour something, it's going to die to its own ability. However, it eats even one thing, a goblin token, it's going to survive it. This is, of course, assuming there's no, a Chroma's Memorial or something else to give your stuff pro red. Assuming you don't have something of that nature. Yeah. This can even eat something that's going to die anyway. Again, Ball Lightning, etc. Cool. Nom. Predator Dragon. So, by the time this card came out, Magic had been out for about 15 years. That's a pretty long time for a game to be any sort of popular. Okay, let's be honest here. That's a pretty long time for a game to be any sort of popular. there were decks that were commonly considered to be something that was fine for, like, quote unquote little kids to play with, or the random kitchen table stuff, but not good enough for competitive play. Taking a creature and throwing a bunch of auras on it was not considered to be an actual viable, like, tournament viable strategy. Until, I think, around Innistrad block. Like, the original Innistrad block. Innistrad Dark Ascension. Avacyn Restored, I think, was the third one. And, basically around that era, when we actually had a couple of creatures in a row that had hexproof. What happens when you've got a hexproof creature and you start throwing auras on it? It's harder for people to get rid of them. It was around this time frame that elves also became one of those decks. Elves have been a creature type that had had a fair amount of support over the years. But it was always looked at as something that, the very casuals would play. Was never really considered to be was not widely considered to be an actual good competitive deck. So what happens if you've got like 4 Rels out, and then you tap them for mana, especially when you've got stuff like Birchler Rangers, which I think was Birchler Rangers out at this point? I think so. No, that was not Birchler Rangers. Oh, Heritage Druid. Which come out in Morningtide. um, and here's the kicker. At this point in time, mana bases were really good. You could have a 3-color deck that would splash for Cryptic Command. Or not Cryptic Command. No, Cruel Ultimatum. Well, actually, you could do either. Cryptic Command requiring, famously, triple blue on a 4-mana card. Cruel Ultimatum being 7 colored mana symbols. It's Grixis, so 3 black, 2 red, and 2 blue to cast it. But the mana bases were good enough because, you know, the Vivid Lands, the Reflecting Pools, and everything else. You know, plus whatever actual dual lands existed at that point. The mana bases were just good enough that it wasn't that big a deal. So, let's say you've got 4 elves in play. You sacrifice them, you know, you tap out, you cast Predator Dragon. And you sacrifice your 4 elves. And it's got Devour 2, so it's going to get 8+1 counters on it. So suddenly you've got a 12/12 flying haste. If you've done some amount of damage to your opponent by that point, you know, attacked a couple of times with a couple of elves, maybe thrown a lightning bolt or 2 at them. You know, I attack for, you know, I've attacked for 3, and I've burned you for 3. So that's already 6. I eat 4 elves, so I'm swinging for 12. You're at 2. I either get another attack in, or I throw another bolt at your face of some sort, or whatever, and you're dead. Or if you've taken any damage from any of your own stuff for any reason. Yeah. This was a big deal to putting elves on the map in competitive play. Now, if we're looking at this for Commander, this is one of those cards that I would turn around and be like, I want to put this into a dragon deck, but I want to put this in into a deck that's not solely dragons. Like in terms of its what creatures it can come out. So, if I've got a way to create tokens of some sort, and the first thing that comes to mind is Colony Garden. Land that enters tapped. Taps for green. When it enters, you make a 0/1 plant token. Not a big deal. But it's a thing that this can eat. 2, 3 creatures in play. You could do something crazy like tap a Mutavault for mana, activate it, turn it into a 2/2 creature with all creature types. Don't care, it's a creature. This eats it. No. Etc. So, yeah, Predator Dragon, I can see being put into, like, I wouldn't want to put it into a strictly dragon deck. I'd want to put it. The funny thing is, I'd want this to be like a top end card. And the funny thing is, it's only 6 mana only. But again, as I mentioned, if you eat 4 creatures, it's a 12/12 flying haste. So during, I want to say it was, I think it was during Zendikar. Was it Zendikar? Might have been Tarkir. Goblins were actually fighting for the privilege of being eaten by a dragon. Nope, Alara was also in Dragons of Tarkir. The heck is Tarkir Dragon Fury? Do not know what Tarkir Dragon Fury is. I'm gonna have to look into that. Goblins drain to sacrificial peaks and pairs so that the rare survivor might be able to relate the details of the other's grisly's demise. Interesting. But yeah. Yeah, you have enough small stuff floating around. And again, this is the sort of thing where it's like, is there stuff that is there stuff I want to eat? You know, sure, dragon fodder and variants thereof will work perfectly fine. Are there creatures that have come into play abilities that, cheap creatures that have come into play abilities that you no longer need? or creatures that are only slightly more expensive than the appropriate spell. So Ravenous Chupacabra, obviously not the right color for what I'm looking for, but Ravenous Chupacabra, it's only one more than Murder, and you get a 2/2 body out of it. After a while, it's like you no longer need the body. Okay, Predator Dragon, nom. He's done his job. Or stuff that have abilities that when the creature dies. For example, the various devil tokens that you can make from, what is it, burn the house down? Is that what it's called? Burn down the house. 5 mana sorcery, which makes 3 1/1 devils that gain haste until end of turn, that when they die, 1 damage to any target. So cast this on 5, attack for 3, sacrifice them on turn 6 with your Predator Dragon. Nom. So yeah, I mean that's a way to do it. See screens go on when I close my eyes. Token Ascetic. 3 mana for a 2/2 human monk. Tap an untapped monk to give it +1/+1 till end of turn. There's I mean there's all sorts of cards that you can play that say when they become tapped. What do you mean no? When sorry. Whenever there we go. Sort by cooler. Armored Scrap Gorger. Whenever it becomes tapped, exile target card from a graveyard and put an oil counter on it. Dionys, Elvish Archdruid. Whenever elves become tapped, you untap them once a turn, put a +1 counter on them. Hemosymbic Might. Whenever it becomes tapped, another target creature you control gets +X/+X till end of turn, where X is this creature's power. Seed Ship Agrarian. Whenever it becomes tapped, make a lander. Traveling Botanist. Whenever it becomes tapped, look at the top card of your library. If it's land, you may reveal it and put in your hand. If you don't, you may put in your graveyard. Rada. Whenever she becomes tapped, another target creature you control gets +X/+X till end of turn, where X is number of basic land types among lands you control. So I would say at least 2. Amara, so the Accord. Whenever she becomes tapped, make a soldier. Wily Duke, Atian Hero. Whenever he becomes tapped, gain life and draw a card, which is kind of cool. Zarojanin, son of Afavra, becomes tapped, put +1 counter on each creature you control with toughness less than the number of basic land types among lands you control. So toughness 2 or less at least. And a Flash the Veteran. But whenever it becomes tapped, exile top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards this turn. Chrome Companion. Whenever it becomes tapped, you gain a life. Scare Tiller. So love this card. I like this card too much, I think. Whenever it becomes tapped, choose one, put a land card from your hand on the battlefield tapped, or return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. And then Soldevi's Steam Beast. Whenever it becomes tapped, target opponent gains 2 life. Lol. So, anything along that line at all, you combine that, you put Token Ascetic in decks like that, and it's like, hey, by the way, thunk. Let's tap a creature not just to make this bigger, but get some other benefit as well. So, yeah, that's doable. Savage Hunter. Again, I feel like this is one of those cards you play because it's got cycling, and then you bring it back somehow. In a situation like this, you are looking at a you're looking at an effect like replenish because it's an aura, so it's an enchantment. You gotta find a way to bring back enchantments, not creatures. Eh, it's like thing is, there's like the first thing I would want would be Rancor, which for 2 less mana gives an extra point of power. And when the creature that and when Rancor is put in a graveyard from the battlefield, it goes back to your hand. Generally, a much better card over Savage Hunter. So why are you playing Savage Hunter? You're playing Savage Hunter over Rancor because, or in addition, because it's got cycling. That's it. No. Behemoth's Herald. Finding red creatures you want to sack, probably tokens. White creatures. There's some white creatures that you want to sacrifice. Again, Doom Traveler, etc. And you fetch out Godsire. Which is an 8 mana 8/8 with Vigilance. Which you can tap, just tap, to make an 8/8 token. And it's not even a legendary token, it's just a token. And so combine that with anything that's your pandemonium effects are gonna go tap, I make an 8/8, by the way, take 8. That'll kill most planeswalkers most of the time. How much life can you gain from your various soul sister effects? By the way, I'm going to attack with this, and then here's an 8/8 to block with, etc., etc., etc. Just be and you're looking at the red ability to get Godsire back into your deck. I don't think there's I'm not saying there's not other ways in green or white to do it, but the only cards I can think of off the top of my head that can do it are red. Silly enough, not worth it. She is Grizzly Bears with a different name and a different type. You're not playing her because she's an elf. You might consider about playing her because she's a scout. Sakilum Godspeaker. I always thought this was going to be such a big card because I thought she was going to be like at least the standard version of something like Mishra's Workshop. Or not Mishra's Workshop, Metal Worker. Where you like You tap it, you reveal 3 big creatures, and you add triple green. You know. And then she herself costs 3, so that gives you 6 mana on, you know, potentially on turn 3, because turn 1 you could drop something like Llanowar Elves, or, well, no, Llanowar Elves and stuff like that were kind of, we kind of really didn't have access to them anymore for a while. It was harder to come up with a 1 mana creature that could tap for mana. after Ravnica rotated out, yeah, I think we had, no, because we had Cold Snap gave us Boreal Druid. And Alara was giving us, Loro and Block gave us a healthy number of elves. Including, including Heritage Druid. I don't know. No, we had a decent number, I think. I don't think we had a lot, but I think we had just enough. That we could play this could be a feasible turn 2 play. And then turn 3, it would not be unreasonable to have, say, 8 mana. You reveal 3 big creatures. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, not unreasonable to have 8 mana. That being said, if you've got a reasonable number, I wouldn't even say a lot. I would say probably if you had somewhere around a dozen creatures that were 5 or greater, you can probably reasonably tap this for 2 or 3 mana. I'd say 2 mana. If you've got like a quarter of your deck, then this should be, I can see this tapping for 3 regularly. I have trouble if you've got like 10ish. I have trouble imagining this being worse than, like, I have trouble imagining this not being able to tap for at least 1. I mean, it's probably, this feels like one of those decks where you really want to build around it. But let me think here. Actually, there's not one. ID equal green. Power greater than 4. And game paper, format EDH, format type 1, not type vehicle, not types be no there. Mana value. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Interesting. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That's cute. 20. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's enough actual playable creatures, even cheap ones, to build to build even a mono green deck around that. Yeah, that's easy enough. And some of them can come online before the God Speaker even comes on. Mastodon? Yeah. If you're considering running the God Speaker, the Mastodon might make it in. Although, again, if you're looking to give your stuff trample, there's enough ways to give it. Aggressive Mammoth gives trample. There's the other one that gives your green creatures trample. There's Brawn that if it's in your graveyard gives trample. Stampede Driver, I think you can spell shape giving trample to all your guys. I think it's Stampede Driver, isn't it? Yeah. Pay 2, tap it, and discard a card. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample till end of turn. Yeah, I'd probably run those instead. Gift of the Gargantuan. I don't like effects like this for Commander. I don't feel like they do enough. Like, Gift of the Gargantuan is basically, I'm looking for a card that meets a specific category. if you're looking for land, rampant growth, untamed wilds, cultivate, lots of cards that can actually just find the lands. Um, Sylvan Scrying, Expedition Map, etc., can find specific lands for the same mana value, and at least put them in your hand. And the thing is, this only digs down 4 cards. If something goes wrong, like, because 4 cards in a commander deck, that's not very much. So at this point, I'm looking for a land. I'm not looking for a forest. I'm not looking for a land that's got cycling. I'm not looking for, or I'm looking for a creature. I'm not looking for a large creature. I'm not looking for a creature with a come to play. I'm looking for a creature. I don't think this does enough. I think for this to be sensibly playable, it needs to be able to dig deeper. Lush growth. The big thing about lush growth is it takes one land and gives it all 3 basic land types. It does not give them in addition to its other types. It just simply goes, hey, by the way, you know, oh, nice forest you've got. You're now an island. You're now a mountain, a forest, and a plains. It turns it into mountain and type plains. Jetmir's Garden. There we are. It turns your land into Jetmir's Garden. I think this is okay. If you need that extra little bit of mana fixing, or the extra card types, like the extra land types, actually matter. So, you care about Naya, you want something more than just Prismatic Omen, and like you're running Prismatic Omen and you're running Dryad of the Illicit Grove, and you want like one more just to make sure that you get the actual land types, you're probably fine running Lush Growth. Algae Gario, again, 4 mana 1/1. Whenever another creature dies, you may put a +1 counter on this creature. This one's got Shroud. So this one is going to be... It's going to be hard to kill, but it's also going to be hard to keep alive. So to keep this alive, you need stuff that says creatures you control, blah. Regenerate each creature you control. Or creatures you control get first strike, or something of that nature. Again, my typical default my typical mental default to something like Akroma's Memorial. But, you know, creatures start dying somehow. If you can non-targetly give this like Death Touch, for example, this will start eating a lot of things. If you can non-targetly, that's a bad way of wording it, but you know, without targeting it, go, hey, by the way, here's here's oh yeah, put some auras on this. Um, you know, like by reanimating the auras, reanimating, replenish, etc., etc. Mighty Emergence. Whenever a creature you control power 5 or greater enters, you may put 2/+1 counters on. So, the funny thing is, you get that, you put Mighty Emergence in play, you drop an Incurable Ogre the next turn. Not that you should, but if you do, it comes into play, gets 2/+1 counters, and now it's a 7/3, and now it's an actual reasonable threat. But Mighty Emergence is, I would not well, I wouldn't, I might complain about it from being on the receiving end. However, in terms of actual, you know, deck construction and stuff like that, putting Mighty Emergence into a dragon deck, especially if you've got Crucible of Fire out before Mighty Emergence, because Crucible of Fire gives all your dragons +3/+3, which means for Mighty Emergence to trigger, the creature that's coming into play has to natively be at least 2 power. It's hard to find dragons that have got less than 2 power. Even a lot of the the draconian creature types. What's the word? Dragonborn. There we are. In the D&D sets, a lot of them are still going to be 2 power or greater. So, you do that, and then Mighty Emergence takes a look and goes, hey, by the way. And then, if you have any additional sort of pump, I mean, that plus Obelisk of Erd turns around and goes, hey, by the way, I don't even care if you came into play and you had 0 power. You're getting 2/+1 counters on. Oh boy. Yeah. Enjoy. Oozeguard. Sacrifice non-oozes to make oozes. Who's on first? The problem with this is activate as a sorcery. Which I know is a problem for a lot, but here it's even more of a drawback than it appears. Because you can't sacrifice something that's about to die. Which is how I would really, really want to use it. Now, that being said, if you have a way. Oh, yeah. So, let's say you've got. Let's say you've got Doubling Season in play. You sacrifice a creature. Okay. You play a creature that has 1/1/1 counter on it. Let's just assume it's a modular creature. So 0/0. It enters with a 1/1 counter on it. Because Doubling Season then enters with 2. Okay. If you've got an effect that says, oh, Master Chef. If you've got Master Chef, uh, as long as you've got your commander in play, other creatures you control enter with an additional +1 counter on them. So, an Ooze Garden. Let's say you get the Master Chef out after the Doubling Season, and after the Ooze Garden has come out, but before you sacrifice. So then you sacrifice, you would get 2 oozes that would normally be 2/2s, but they would both enter with a +1 counter on them. But because the Master Chef, or sorry, they'd enter with a +1 counter because of Master Chef, but because of the Doubling Season, they'd get 2 +1 counters on them, which would mean they'd actually end up being 4/4s. So you could sacrifice a 2/2 creature and end up with 2 4/4s. Yeah. Um, there's probably easier ways to pull this off, like the to get this basically this ability off. I'd have to look into it though. Not a bad option. Jungle Weaver. I was We saw the red one, and it was a 6/4. We saw the white one, and it was a 5/5. And now we get Jungle Weaver. And Jungle Weaver, I actually don't mind as much. It's the same cost overall. It's a 5/6 as opposed to a 6/4, which averages to a 5/5 or a 5/5. And it actually has reach. So in a Spider Tribal deck, I'm a lot happier playing this. Also, again, if you're doing any sort of reanimation shenanigans. But as for an actual card to actually play, I am happier with this card than I am with the other two in the cycle. Let's just get through a handful of gold color identity cards. Undead Leotau. It's basically a 6-mana 3/4 zombie cat with Unearth and Flowstone. Um, if you're playing a cat tribal deck and you're not running white, This might be a thing, but probably not. I'm not playing it in zombies. Vectus Silencers, 3 mana for 1/2, and you can pay 3 to give it Death Touch till end of turn. I think if I'm doing this, I might as well just play a 1/2 that's got Death Touch, and because I'm looking at playing black, I might as well just play a black 1/2 with Death Touch, which is going to cost me less than 3 mana. The reason to play this over doing a black one is because it's a blue card that does it. Neither Skyward Eye. This is basically is it Eager Cadet I'm thinking of? No, it's not Eager Cadet. Glory Seeker. Glory Seeker is the one I'm thinking of. So this is Glory Seeker with like a Root Wallet kind of ability, except the ability costs twice as much to activate. Again, eh? uh, meh. Cloud Heathdrake. This I'm a little happier about. 5 mana, 3/3 flyer. Pay 2 to give it vigilance till end of turn. That I'm a little more comfortable with. That being said, for roughly this cost, I can get Sarah's Sphinx, which is slightly harder to cast, being 2 blue plus 3, and get a 3/3 flying vigilant. Sorry, a 4/4 flying. Basically, Sarah Angel, but it's blue and it's a Sphinx instead. So why would I play this over that? Probably because it's an artifact creature, so artifact synergies, your Sanctum Gargoyle, Trusted Pack Beast, etc. going on. That could see me decide to play this instead. Shore Snapper, 3 mana for 2/2, which back at that point was par for the course. Pay a blue to give it a Hand Walk till end of turn. You're playing blue. It's not unreasonable for you to throw Harbinger of the Tides in, and then start going, hey, by the way, I'm going to get 3 for 2. I'm getting 3 for 2. I'm getting 3. How can I not block you? Easy, it's got on walk. I'm getting 3 for 2. By the way, did I mention I'm getting 3 for 2? And all that getting 3 for 2 can actually be like deadly to an opponent, because it's got, there's all sorts of synergies about, if one of your creatures gets in, like, okay, that doesn't work. But there's ways to make people lose the game just by being hit. Oh, Vorpal's Ford. Whenever a quick creature deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game. So throw Vorpal's Sword on Shore Snapper, make it unblockable, some manner. Enjoy. Resounding Scream, don't bother. It's too much effort to get either of them to go off. Just pass on it. Cavern Thoctor, 6 mana for 5/5 uh with a slightly more expensive fire breathing, which is again it's fine. Um, it's honestly hard to find this kind of pump ability in a green deck, regardless of whether it's +1/+0, +1/+1, whatever. It's not easy to find size pumping. You start off big and you're done. Esper Battle Mage, I actually kind of like this. Uh, Black tap, target creature gets -1/-1 till end of turn. Can go. I mean, she can basically block as a 3/3 at that point. And then white tap, prevent the next 2 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. Less useful, but this black ability is going to be really good. And she can just sit there and like start assassinating small creatures every turn. Resounding Roar, 2 mana for a giant growth, so slightly more expensive giant growth, or 8 mana requiring 3 different colors as a much harder counter double giant growth that draws you a card. I don't feel like that's enough for it. Viashino Skeleton, 4 mana for 2/1. Pay 2 and discard a card to regenerate. No, nothing here feels like it's worth it. Rockcaster Platoon, 7 mana for 5/7. You can pay you can pay 5 to give it to have it deal 2 damage to each creature with flying and each player. Throws this, give this thing lifelink in any way, shape, or form, and this thing's gonna get absolutely. This is gonna get out of hand easy. Like, throw a Basilisk Collar on this. Oh, dude, just do the thing, dude. Yeah, this will kill all flares, gain you a bunch of life. Yeah. I would do that. You have to be in at least Lesnia. Okay, sure. Resounding Thunder, 3 mana, 3 damage to any target, 8 mana for 6 damage to any. Again, A lot of this cycle are just meh. Resounding Wave, Resounding Silence. I don't think I'm too thrilled with any of them. Alright, the ones that actually are multicolored. Hey, welcome to Midnight. Death Duelist. 2/1 First Strike Shroud for 2 mana. She's really good. She just requires help. She requires help in terms of, you want to be able to pump her, but you can't do it with, because she's got Shroud, you can't do it by throwing auras on her. So you have to do stuff like, she's a blue creature, so you've got Sunken City at Al. She's a creature, so you've got Glorious Anthem at Al. She's a rogue, so you've got rogue synergies. She's a human, you've got human synergies. So there are enough ways to generically pump your team. If you want to do things a silly way, you can turn around and throw a card like Masquerade Nexus in play. I can't remember. There's an artifact that does it. Otherwise, I think it might be Hivestone. Um, turn all your stuff, turn her into a sliver, and then start throwing Sliver Lords in play. Have fun with that. Sangrite Surge, 6 mana, gives as a sorcery +3/+3 and double strike till end of turn. This is a finisher for a commander deck. This is, I'm gonna kill you now. Because think about it, you need to deal 21 commander damage. Okay, so with double strike, we'll call it 22, which is 11, which is -3 is 8. So, if if I was playing Squee and I was able to run red or able to run green, it's a 1/1. I throw an aura on it to give +2, so that brings it up to 3. I throw a second aura, let's say another +2, that's 5. Giant Growth, +8. Sangrate Surge, +11. Double Strike. By the way, you're dead now. That's assuming I haven't got through for any damage as of yet. This is a finisher for a lot of decks that, like, especially when you're dealing with commander damage. Firefield Ogre, 4 mana for 4/2 first strike with Unearth. It's fine. It's the biggest problem here is the fact that it requires, like, it's Grixis specifically, and it requires all 3 colors to, it requires all 3 colors on a 4 mana card. So you gotta make sure your mana is actually really good at that point, or you're not casting it anytime soon. Realistically, I see this being like a 6 mana card. At which point, you're here's the thing. When I say it's a 6 mana card, I mean you're probably hitting 6 lands by the time you can cast it. It's not, it's going to cost me 6 to cast. It's going to take me until I hit my 6th land drop. Until I untap with, because chances are not unreasonable, your 6th land is probably going to enter tapped. Be like, cool, guess what? Yeah, 6 lands. You're probably only tapping for them for mana. You still have 2 mana, but it's going to take you probably your 6th land to do it. Ripclang Clasher. Pretty easy, pretty straightforward. You're playing a Gruul aggro deck. You have 2 mana for 2/2 with haste. Here you go. If you breathe, she will fight you. If you breathe fire, she must fight you. Yeah. Yeah. You are playing Gruul aggro of some sort. You're probably throwing this in. Bolcerodon. Again, you're playing a. I was going to say Rakdos. You playing Boros aggro? It's not unlikely you're playing this. I'm not, because the way I wrap my brain around Boros aggro, I wanted I made an exception for 2 drops. I wanted power and toughness to both be at least equal to mana value, and at least one of them to be greater. I made an exception for 2 drops such that a 3/1 would still qualify. Like a 3/1 for 2 would still qualify. But I wasn't going down to 2/1. This has not got this has not got power equal to this has not got power at least equal to its mana value, so it wasn't on my list. However, were I to not throw that restriction in, this quite easily could have ended up being on. Actually, are you anything else? No, you're just a beast. Keterit Creeper. Uh, 3 mana for a 2/3 with Menace and Death Touch. Yeah. Yeah. It's it's either getting 3 for 2 or it's going to kill 2 creatures at a time. Find a way to make this indestructible or regenerate or otherwise make it really hard for it to die. And yeah. Carrion Thrash. So 5 mana for 4/4, which sounds meh, but when it dies, you may pay 2 for Raised Dead. Again, this is, you're starting to look at, like, I'm starting to see Aristocrats style synergies. Aristocrats, like, if you have another creature that's got a similar ability, when this dies, you can return another creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If you've got 2 cards that are like that, you can just use one to keep bringing back the other and bounce them back and forth. Windwright Mage. 3 mana for a 2/2 with lifelink, and she's got flying as long as an artifact card is in your graveyard. That's not hard, especially since people are going to try and blow your stuff up. But for 2/2 flying lifelink, power equal to toughness equal to flying lifelink. Sort by mana value. Game paper. No. Reluctant role model can get there. Okay. Seraphic Steed. Yes. What was the color scheme? Oh, she was... let's see here. ID less than Esper? There we go. Bone Picker Scourge can actually be there if somebody's sufficiently poisoned. Breathless Knight, flying in lifelink. Fear of Infinity, flying in lifelink. Flying in lifelink. Possibly a 4-drop if you don't reveal Vampire. Flying Death Touch, lifelink. Flying in the lifelink. Flying in lifelink. Flying in lifelink. plus, never mind the oh, what's the dwarf? Aerial responder, flying and lifelink for double white plus one, also vigilance, and the previously mentioned Vampire Nighthawk, which is double black plus one for flying and lifelink and death touch. So, there's easier ways to pull that off in that color scheme. Thought Cutter Agent. 2 mana for 1/1. Demir and tap. Target player loses 1 life and reveals their hand. I think the revealing their hand is the more important part here. But again, you do have rogue synergies to play with. You might be able to work with that. Tower Gargoyle. 4 mana for 4/4 flyer. You're looking at an uncommon. You can get that easily enough elsewhere for much easier cost. In fact, I think you might be able to get mana value equal for power equal for Lurking Green Dragon might be the easiest to deal with. You're in the wrong color scheme, but that's probably the easiest. Terra Gargoyle, and there's ways to make it work. Rock Swarm Monk, 1 of each in Bant for 3/4 lifelink. It's fine. You know, this is again. There's other stuff I would rather play instead. Aerial Responder comes to mind. It just does so much more and so much easier to cast. Goblin Death Raiders. If my deck was Rakdos instead of Boros, this would have been thrown into it. It's also a goblin. If you're playing goblins, is there a good reason not to run this? Probably not. Artifacts. There are the 5 obelisks that are basically manaless, but they tap for 1 of the 3 colors, and that's it. Sigil of Distinction. Costs X. Enters with X charge counters, which, because they're charge counters, they interact with anything else that deals with charge counters. Equip cost remove charge counter. Quick creature gets +1 for each charge counter on it. So, I want to say Power Conduit. Remove a counter from a permanent you control. Choose 1, put counter on target artifact. Put +1 counter on target creature. Oh, Core Tapper. Tap, put a charge counter on target artifact. Sack, put 2 charge counters on it. Yeah. So, um, yeah, like the obelisks are fine, but nowadays you have Manolith and all its variants, and the only reason to play the obelisks instead is because you specifically want something that's exactly that color scheme. And so therefore, because Manolith says 1 mana of any color, you're like, yeah, no, don't want that. I want something that actually taps for my colors specifically. Lich's Mirror, really interesting. Uh, if you would lose the game, basically you reset your game, except you start off at 20 life. However, if you start, if something would still cause you to lose the game, um, you're still dead. Like if you still have 10 or more poison counters, this gets shuffled back in and you still dead. I will point out any manas that you have floating at the time that this goes off. I want to say triggers. It's not a triggered ability. That this would go off, you still have. Minion Reflector. Whenever non-token you control enters, you may pay 2. If you do, you make a token that's a copy of it that has haste, and you sack at the end of turn. Basically, this is Bramble Sovereign for non-green decks. Relic of Progenitus, we all know about Relic of Progenitus. It sees play everywhere. Yeah, we know about that. Quite a spike. 3 to cast, 3 to equip. Equip creature has Death Touch. This is the number one reason, in my opinion, to play it. This is an amazing side bonus. It's a bonus, but it's a side bonus. But it's an amazing side bonus. Deals combat damage to a player loses half their life rounded up. So, just for frame of reference, let's say they're at 1,000,000. I'm just going to do the halves. I'm not going to figure out how much damage they've taken first. 1,000,000. 500,000. 250,000. 125,000. 62,500. Okay, so 62. 31,000. 15,000. I think it's 15,625. Which make it so 15,600. 7,800. 3,900. 1950. Okay, it's 1950. I'm going to call that 1960 to make the math easier. 980. 490. 245. 245. 123. Well, 122 actually. 61. 30. 15. 15, 7, 3, 1. Which at that point they're probably dead. So basically, if they're at about a million life, 20 swings with the quietest spike, and they're like, and they're dead, and that's not taking into account how much combat damage they actually take um from the equipped creature. As long as it's got at least one power. And then let's go land. Lando! And this is the rest of it. So, obviously, meow? There's only 3? That can't be right. The panoramas. I love the panoramas. They've generally been power crept by Shire Terror set now. Promising Vein and Shire Terrace. But yeah, the panoramas I really like. I put these even in like monocolored. Well, okay. I like putting these into decks where I am restricted on what rarities I can play and what colors I can play. Esper Panorama, like if I'm playing mono blue, for example, Esper Panorama, Grixis Panorama, and Bant Panorama, all tap for colorless, and let me fetch them. Let me tap them all. And let me sacrifice them to fetch an island, a basic island out of my deck. So, if I am, like, I would rather run these instead of Evolving Wilds Terramorphic Expanse et al. If I need more of that effect, I've got Promising Vein and Shire Terrace. But I'd rather run these first. This is even more true when I'm looking at one of my various, approximately a dozen decks that are just commons. And as a result, and I'm being more restricted on what I can run, these end up being much more necessary. And then Savage Lands, Seaside Citadel, Crumbling Necropolis, Arcane Sanctum, Jungle Shrine. You're playing a 5-color deck, you're playing a deck that's at least 3 colors. You're probably, if you're playing 3 colors and they're allied, or you're playing at least 4 colors, you're probably running these. Anyway, that's it. It is almost 6.5 hours. I'm gonna shut things down for tonight. I will see you guys next week where we start on, let's see here, Shards of Alara. I think it was Conflux. Was it CFX? Yes. And it might be. Hmm. Ooh, Kedrick Parasite. It might be Kedrick Parasite that I end up playing as my, what's the word I'm looking for? As my thumbnail. Kedrick Parasite. Good to know. Anyway, see you guys next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. Adios, amigos. Bye.